Check, check, 1, 2, check, 1, 2.
Good morning, Monica. It's Ryan here. Are you you're online? You want to check your video and just say good morning, sing a song?
Uh, Good morning. Can you hear me?
Awesome, loud and clear. Thanks for checking
Yeah,
in.
no singing here.
Okay, we won't hold you to that.
Check, check. This is a 2-minute warning. We'll get started in 2 minutes. Whatì, everybody. Before we get started, I'd like to talk about a new initiative that the YKDFN Land and Water Board have started. The YKDFN Land and Water Board have recently started a new initiative where we invite a Tlicho person from the next generation to join the board at each of its monthly meetings and its public hearings. The intent is to support building capacity and awareness within the Tlicho region, support the transfer of knowledge, and ideally inspire the next generation to work towards implementing the Tlicho land claim and self-government agreement, and ensuring the land and water are available for future generations. I'd like to introduce Kyle Matla, who lives in Betchico and is originally from Whatì. He was joined us here in Whatì for the hearing. He's currently observing the public hearing. Masika. And all right, let's get started. So we're going into intervener presentations, and we'll get started with Tlicho Government. So yeah, I'll hand it over to Tlicho Government. Masicho.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Violet Kamsa-Blondin, and I'm the manager of lands regulation for the Tlicho Government, Department of Culture and Lands Protection. I live in Betchico on Tlicho land. We are here today in Whatì for the public hearing for the water license renewal for Fortune Mineral NICO mine. Fortune Minerals plans to build a NICO mine in the area known as Asitseda Dile, the place where we go, where we can survive. This is where Tlicho people have gone to survive in the past, where we go in the present, and where we will go in the future. Where we go and where we will go in the future. This is a core cultural corridor in the heart of Tlicho lands. It was Chief Moki's wish to live in the area because there is good fishing, good water, and it is in the middle of Whatì to other areas important to the Tlicho people. Mining in Whatì must have the very highest standard for protecting the land, water, fish, animals, harvesting, and Tlicho culture. Our intervention is based on this principle. The Tlicho government supports mining that is carried out responsibly with strong environmental protections, meaningful participation, long-term accountability, and fair economic benefits to Tlicho citizens. Mining must respect Tlicho rights, including rights to the Tlicho land claims and self-government agreement. The map you see on this slide is from the Tlicho Government Traditional Knowledge and Use Study. It shows the many culture, spiritual, environmental, harvesting, and trapping land use in the area. As you can see, it is a very busy map. We have posted maps from the study in this room today. We invite you to look at the maps and the stories they tell during the break in this hearing. When we think of a new mine in the area or anywhere in Mokigoa de Nitle, we think of the long-lasting negative impact of Whatì Ray Rock mine, not too far from the proposed project. The old Ray Rock mine is close to the future NICO mine. We do not want to repeat the mistakes of the past. This means we want to work in good faith with mining companies that share our vision of responsible mining. In this presentation, I want to introduce our elder Charlie Apple, who harvests and did trapping and hunting in that area. So, Charlie Apple, akkonsi ezukele gotso akkonsi alain da hade.
His headset's off. His headset's
Take it off.
You could get it. Huh? Good did it.
Good day.
Go with you.
Có thì thế đi ai work des zones đấy thì sẽ khai nhau gọi là sẽ chơi này sao là đây này ấy cho anh yêu cái nào đây đi gọi là phát số để chín nhà là đa rằng cái này được này có thì ये तो ये वो कैसे ये खाए वो तो माइक उनके लिए एक के उनके को देशने आउंडे देशने आखों वो के को ये खाए वो तो माइक वो के तीन के दी वो के को ला eko zuge sele honde. Honzin, de chinezin, de chinezin, hanegati. And I can't, he and he were having guessed like I can get done it, Chindatinle. Chindatin a Zani, what a tear, what a little and it I can't lie down. It's on the chin and anything, true and anything, as what I think. Oh, I know, Nike, working with that, what I go, working with that, what I go, what I say, teen that coning, Buhate. I could my Nicotunde. The economic and asking how to tell than Hassani. When I get data, could learn words in the Hassani, okay, only. A question, it's a cook question. I think as you answer, as you is the dancer wole. My go on the letter. And that's it. That thing has an agent without a thing. And the chiani, oani, zani, as you is the dancer wole. Cross on tele. I could did say, echo chicken out the lad, don't American lad knew when they could get done in there. I use in my was it one on your wasn't it? You what day the land hasn't me. And yet Asia the Chiani, so on it I go, Zanet, yet I think the Lydia, you want to you what died, you want to die deal on it, you than you wasn't it. Quick age the Gatin say, as you is it done a full, it's a cool, my thing on the letter. It's a case of telling them. That was a question over hasn't a whole full of it. Why you tea and 8 on there? Why? If we who are there, who are they in a day? Who are they in a day? Such a gamina day. I could also tell that day. She was in the and like it's not better concert, better contact, that was a conate. It's all conting like lens, so no canating. It's going to get lily. A year my was a teasy. Don't can in the quantity on the quantity on the. Don't can in the. Don't see crazy, don't come against the. Don't come against the. I could get killed on against the on the. You come. A quan. I could tell on the. Who are they? I couldn't day. I was not in the outcome. I could go in at that outcome. Who are outcome at that daily. She was in the nothing down the country. The other one telling me. Dear Besacon, Besacon at that day. She was at the telling. A crazy, she was at that thing. She was at that thing. She was in New Zealand. Upon that, get die. She was in the she was a Kaibo Milan, the show had this Zealand. I could did say it had tele. She was in Okata Tagani, she was in a Latin or Tilaneke. It's on self contact this Zilla. I could see Lani, a Lanin. Because she was a cousin daily, Diagon tele. As it is a diazon. Go ahead, a thought dealer. I'm going to take your mother. The better crowded, she was not a little. She was there, she was not a little good island. She was at the other little good island. Who did here on tele? 现在在这里呢，哈，啥鸟进的，我再看呢，我再看，我等着来，我等着来。我讲大家那个小那个子，一种提醒我们走过来，你来。一不是看天说上，哎呦大呀，这种大种，咱们这中国这种在国的，哎提的，他把体育拉进来的，可以体育拉进来，他把他从那在想他把，好嘞，从他在下体育些，从在些，我打在进来。我打算打里的在进，我打一打在眼里，我是在天在眼下，人还在眼里，还你特别是看天眼里的，因为我打在东西，地址也是打在家里了的，意思要说，打是个在做那个，也他个。也我听阿东他讲，在东那从中是东学习那一空嘞，中爱红的，沙县爱红，中县爱红，给他把给他提一下，提这东，和你这还在哪里？第二年提给这里呢，提这东西我得到这里了呢，还个早上在地内。哈，你个小那也的今年是，后来好真的的哈，的那啥，像我当年话的那啥给阿来当的，听的，还听的，这个是，这个是种。昨天给他听了，还拿来当的。当然，会花多那些，花多那些，那那些还呢，我给送的。大家看了这的，给看了这的。那我那说那些我给通那个那的去年了的那我还那些，还那哈的去年了真当的，那么我给那些那个，那些看我怎么买那个，但是那些，一天呢，一块定的一天，一块拉了，转个的多是一张的那些还定的。大家可以个快是，来那个我来提前，我都是用那里我来，你来，种提前，可能得先到那个当那个地来一些，我那到我的地这个是个一的，我那讲那是我个点那个浪的。así con gente de ahí cago toma con de se así van son baja la dana da de se de a donde le dan hasta la dia ti gente hazon hanne ko di ne se akwela con tele da de se que mai ko la hanne de se ya ko ne se wo ga ti na ke la ke dia ni ko de da cái địa đó cái này chúng ta quyết định ở là hành đi nếu như một cái tiền là gì đấy quyết định ở đây ở đây đi quyết định ở đi hoặc là đi cái thái khu lên này xong đi khu là không ấy ya tiền là để thích cái ấy thiệt đó là để sinh thái vì cái đi ấy thiệt đó thì sẽ không ai làm đấy第种定会有呢，学那种个的， sewage da wa le wo khon se kin se no ni wo tan le we sa zon de zin wo chi sa zon de zin wa in da ge da wa dan la da go wo tan le khon se tin le sa kan tele de ne lo da ge da khon lai da ne zhen hai xin e zhen yu tie de zhen xin lai zhen hai xin e khon wa le ge ti ba na lai da zhen de e zhen hai xin da ma xin na hong na ma xin na he hong de zhen ni ga de tie ni ga de na he tie ni ga de da ni wo da la da zhen wo ga de wo ga zhen ho ki那些在公了你哈，的那种的，这个哈红那个那种还是红的行的，没事那些红没事，但是那种还是的红的。
Merci, Charlie. It goes on. We have a second speaker, Joe Rabaska.
Good morning, everybody. Mr. Chairman, this morning, I went back to Ray yesterday, and I was thinking about our land claims. When you talk about land claims, here today we'll talk about the land, the water, the minerals, whatever they're going to take out. So I want to talk a little bit, maybe 5 minutes, for you to think about what the elders said way back then. So when we talk about settler land claim, the discussion started years and years ago. So the elders, they travel all over the land, such as person next door to Charlie. We all did. We had a chance to go to BHP by skidoo, by dogs. And all our elders traveled to Contour Lake by dogs, trapped down there, traveled all over. They knew the land inside out. So when we were talking about the settler land claims, there was a map which we had, and the elders start talking about the land that they live on, that the land provides the food. We're born on it. One day we're going to die, we're going to be buried there. That's what they said. That's how the discussion started then. But they also know that through the prophet stories that I hear, and when we talk about prophet, the story goes back to 1800. Our people, they met on Hotter Lake. Our people from Snare Lake, they traveled by dogs all the way to Hotter Lake, right on the barren land. Tlicho people got together with Satu people. And through there, the story goes that on our land, there's a lot of minerals that we know. We know where they are. This is not my story. This is a prophet's story, which was passed on to us. So every time we talk about mine, it's great because people need jobs. It's just that's why I was telling them, we need to work together so that we can have a mind, not the way Ray Wright, but what they did there. Took us many, many years to get it cleaned up with help from federal government. We don't want to see that, that's what the elder said. But I tell you, Mr. Chairman, through my discussion with the staff and the story that was passed on to us, one day we're going to go among ourselves and start talking about the prophet story, where the mine's going to be. I tell you, and I can say publicly, we know where they are. That's the very reason why we selected land, not just for the sake of selecting land. We didn't go that way. The elders told us we should select land where there's minerals, all kinds of minerals. And at times they said, these rocks are out there are going to be worth money, all of it. And this began to happen. I began to hear. So we need to be careful what we do out there because, Chairman, this is not the only mine that's going to happen. If you just go back and listen to the story, what happened is that I was just talking with an elder there. The story goes that the mine's going to start from Ray. Follow the trail all the way to Hotter Lake. There's going to be about 5 of them. Fortune Mineral is not one of them. There's going to be 5 of them. We know where they are through the prophet story, through the elder story. So going to be some around Muscle Lake. You go back to Snare Lake, the elders there, they told us where the gold are going to be. They've been there, they know where it is. Because they travel all over on the land. All over. And I told the elders, how much land do you know? Why you have trails so straight to Snare Lake? We walk on every little lake there is. We live here, we live here, we live over there, we live over here. Next year we move over here. That's why our people are buried all over the place, and we know where they are buried. So, Mr. Chairman, I say this because we know where the mine's going to be. And so that's why we're kind of concerned if there's going to be a mine. That's fine. But I just told you in the beginning, we don't want another Ray Rock. We don't want abandoned mine that takes off from Ray all the way to Great Bear Lake. We have pictures of abandoned mine, garbage all over the place. And I sat on Land and Water Board for 4 years, and I know if an application comes in, right away, this is the place they're talking about, location. And right away, I know where it is. And I know who used that land because we collected stories through Vice Office, through his department. We talked to elders here, Whatì, including Yellowknife and Ray. So we got all that information piled up. And they have stories, the elders I was just talking about. We have a box about this long, from here to here, this wide and that tall. To have in our office, in Ray, 12 cases of them. You think these elders are passed away? Well, if you open this tape, with the box, you put that tape on, the elders will tell you a story that some of you never heard. And I took 5 tape Christmas time, years ago. And I look at that tape, these elders passed away many, many years ago. And I put it on, here he is on TV telling me stories about the land. That's why the elder stories are very, very important. And I look at that tape, and they're keeping all that tape about the land. People from here, Whatì, they take off to, Mr. Chairman, I hope you don't mind, they took off to Horn Plateau. And these 4 elders, all of them were gone. They were telling a story. What kind of rock would this be, you think? They start a fire, you want a base camp, start a fire, you put rocks around it. And that rock they put around it like this, it burns. It's just burning, blue flame. Okay? That's a kind of story that Whatì, the elders, they have here. So there's a lot of places that we know it has minerals. We know the elders that talk, they said you're going to need people to work. Fine, but we got to be careful how we do it. That's why it's very important to work together and do as a good job as we could together. Some of the words that you're using in here when you describe water, I went to a lot of meetings. I always said to some, if you're a consultant, if you're a lawyer, yes, you can understand. But for some of us, the words that you use, you should try to use plain English language as much as you could. And then we can help you make the right decision. Otherwise, it's going to slow the meeting down. It's going to take more time. Because like I said, we have to help each other. Where are we going to go? That's what Tlicho said. A lot of these elders, where are you going to go? Am I going to move down south? I don't think so. This is my home, this is my land, this is where I was born, and this is where I'm going to stay. Who's going to protect it? That's why I think so, to have concerns about our river, our land. That's why we keep saying what we're saying. Mr. Chairman, that's what I want to say. So, but to us, the land, the water is very, very important. But I tell you, there's going to be more mine out there. We know where they are. That's why we're concerned. And the elder said to us, don't open 5 mines at the same time. Reserve others for the group that's following generation after generation. That's what they told us. All of us, Fred, Charlie, Joseph, all of us, we hear them. Don't open 5 mines at the same time. Make it last so that your people can have a job. There's nothing stopping us from going trapping. We can go wherever we choose to go. Yes, we can make a living like that. For our young people, the ones I went to school, want to work. I know that. So in my mind, I'm kind of balancing myself like this. Think about the land, the water, so that we don't pollute our land. But at the same time, we're all thinking about creating jobs for our young people. I work with the Grand Chief and the Chief. He does. So I know they're thinking as well, because we work together. So I just wanted to kind of let you know what some minerals want. There's other, they're going to come on straight down the road. Mr. Chairman, thank you for allowing me just to really say what I want to say, because I've been a chief for a long time and I work with the elders. All of us have been going to meetings, good part of our life, including. So we know what's out there. Mr. Chairman, thank you very much for allowing me just to speak freely for a few minutes. Thank you.
We have another elder that wished to speak, Mr. Chair, Fred Mantla from Whatì.
Siga Matiezo, Don Soho, Sizo Don Gigona Yati on there. What's a conza ante what diet? To 那开他呢，这后新干么贴上哈你来打你问他的慌，啊快从外边贴一打了的了，你个这真的，这现在在底下呢的，第三口在口你严重，是口你严重干么贴，但你把但你在这个重的，啊你但你讲啊你想谁下地你是哪一类？从那个地下上要提起啊，你是还来和喊你来，完了那上面的，一部分地下的工作还是用的。我现在们提，那在这些东西上我们提，我上不来，上上的。喊你可个现在们提个啥提做给那在这，天儿买喊你，或者你买喊你过来。我在给那在地方的，过去他们提给的经理，他们提着考上啥提供阿汉瓦上，你都能提我写个的写汉这样上，他们你在提着你看上，不晓得这里现在查，不晓得种的，好多好几把我冲的，汉瓦上这个真来了的，特别给的那查了，托好给的那是进来。可以，打贴上看上，不晓得喊瓦上，你这提高看上，给写个，给这个往下你们在考，写个你们的，可以 way back 6月2日3月2日，他你给我写个读来，这个在来的6月，他妈的这个真的我搞在过6月2日。也我个写个对了，是前也影片上啊，第一写个他讲的，啊可for ready mind，可被 mind 讲爱好，可也个那 way back 1930 40，可听那快年代那个时快给他了，我到听那个听的听电呢，给他了。Every mountain, what I never want to hasn't a digger zone like in Tata Gika, every mountain. I call it mountain Sunday, what's a queenele, look at honey. A year, Grady, a years ago, 45-gallon drum, and you can pick a gavala. What got that harness? It's full of gas in there. You told feel, huh? These are you know, these are what Lana's on it. A quick yell, a key 10 frame. Every mountain say here that 10 frame are, 10 frame are. A 10 frame, you can't buy a cara in a honey that nugget there. A mountain, what light the sea house will load the giga comes on there. To the top to the bottom. Honey, what got you on there? I could just hear that. Yeah, you get you know. You can G on it. Honey, honey, but I was in there. And I knew why I get doing here. Sounds like a lot of done it, then the chinny. And the chinny did, knew what I here, the chinny was in there on there. How's someone give it on there? So I can live with those who got hard done it, and not till he will learn there. And as I can live with those who got a good dinner, the other day who work as if he got a good dinner. Again, follow. Such an eat dinner, this is like a Latinda. Again, did that as he said, tell you, quote, must share like a this is Alzinda, no. Second, how do you go? He got doing it. How can tell? How's the Chiniani? How one of the treasures are down there? Nothing high in the let's 100 in the lay. What's a lie that there's a little sharp idea, Gaddy? What's a lie that in there? And the what's a Gotiana, what's that day? New one, never leg it a day. 40 below, 50 below, 60 below kill a day. Honey, that the Chini ho, honey, the Chini gets that hair, honey. What I can never that hair has a thing. Honey, that you think so, honey, that got you giving Sunday. Okay, go to go get so. 第二呢，从吃下去啊，红瓦的贵的，是可能去年的这个的你啊，天那干是可能给打呢，那个给我们啊，那个还个的个是给得了，这去年中，给阿拉的给得中，这去年中哈这是通的，是这个呀，第二是阿中也提啊，是个通的，这个呢，在我的咱们贴中看上。你到国是国际西汉的，必须要来在那玩这几个看，还是这个在掉，还是我改送的，一点从台湾阿扎天还是我改送，一点没改过来也是我改送，还牛塞还是什么事呢？塞阿妹呢？塞大远呢？还你给下子地了还你给下我给冲的。그때 되네 하디 왔다 그때네 파고게도 왔다 그때 되네 하게디 to try to cut me off too 생각하면 뒤에서디 세팅가 서코 대치나게 대치네 대도 게가 팅시 생각 때는 화가 돼야 돼 혼데 하는 거 하니래 이죠 다 있어 하나 예시하다 혼데 하선 그때 대치네 라진 다진 때내죠 딜라니 그때 대아딜라니 그때 대아티네 이게 야티가 활라라지 혼데 아니 그 왔다이 한 그때 되나 그게 옹하니 하니 다른 나라 피처다니 아시게 저승아 생활 하서 통 라다 못해 깨운데 근데 그 다들 꽤 기가서 뛰는데 that's good enough for me today that's good 마세
Violet Campbell Blondin, Manager, Lands Regulatory Department, TG. We're on slide 5. Learning from the past means that company must be able to demonstrate financial responsibility, good governance, and true partnership. The Waters Act speaks directly to financial responsibility. The Act says a company must satisfy the board that it can cover costs to carry out the project. Number 2, implement environmental mitigation. And 3, close and reclaim the mine. The security deposit only covers a third of the cost. It does not show that the company can build the mine or implement mitigation. Fortune should demonstrate it has the financial capacity to cover all 3 costs. To learn from the past, we also look to the cautionary tales of the Mount Poly tailings disaster in 2014 and the Eagle Gold Mine disaster in 2024. We can also take lessons from the Whatì mine, where changes in ownership and financial challenges have contributed to delays in progressive reclamation, reclamation research, and closure planning. We contrast this with the Diavik mine, where Rio Tinto has been the majority owner for the entire mine life. Rio Tinto is a global mining company with a strong financial resources. Diavik conducted progressive reclamation and reclamation research. They are now closing the mine with a final closure and reclamation plan approved by the WLWB board, a closure agreement with Tlicho Government. Slide 6. We raise these issues not to discourage Fortune from mining. We are aware that junior mining companies are part of the engine that has driven mining in Canada. It is very important to require a company to show it has adequate finances to mine in a way that protects the land, the animals, the fish, the water, and the rights of Tlicho citizens, now and for future generations. Our first recommendation is that Fortune submit evidence before construction that it has adequate financial responsibility as outlined in the Water Act. The board can require independent verification of the evidence. Fortune should also give the WLWB evidence that they will be able to post all phases of security payments. In its response, Fortune said that a junior company cannot have the entire security deposit in hand before it starts mining. That is not what we are recommending. We support phased security payments for the NICO mine. Our recommendation is that before construction, Fortune should submit evidence to show that it will be able to make each payment when the time comes. We presume this evidence could include financial projection, showing Fortune can make each payment while continuing to meet all regulatory requirements and agreement with the Tlicho government. Slide 7. In addition to financial responsibility, good governance is necessary for responsible mining. We know that in both the Mount Poly disaster and the Eagle Mine disaster, official investigators recommended that regulators be assured there is a solid government system in place. We recommend that the water license require Fortune to submit for approval evidence that is maintained good governance practice, including membership in any industry association and/or following relevant industry guidelines. Fortune agreed to submit this information to WLWB, but disagree it should be for board approval. Board approval would give us confidence in Fortune governance practices. However, this does not mean the license or the board has to specify which governance practice Fortune adopts. Fortune should have the flexibility to adopt governance practices that fit the company's need. The board can then confirm these represent best practice. Slide 8. Progressive reclamation is when a mine closes and reclaims part of the mine during operation. This can lower environmental risks, improve final closure, and give money back to the company. But if a company gets into financial trouble, progressive reclamation may be delayed. Fortune's water license requires the company to endeavor to carry out progressive reclamation as soon as is reasonably practical, unquote. This requirement is very general and may be difficult to enforce. To strengthen the water license condition, we recommend that the water license require Fortune to carry out progressive reclamation on a schedule in the approved closure and reclamation plan. Fortune responded that security refunds are enough incentive for progressive reclamation. But a company with financial difficulties will have competing financial needs and may find it hard to carry out progressive reclamation. Therefore, we stand by our recommendation. We note, however, that the approved progressive reclamation schedule should be narrative. This is more realistic than predicting dates when progressive reclamation can begin, but still improves board oversight and enforceability. Slide 9. One moment, Chair. The Tlicho Land Claims and Self-Government Agreement says that, quote, "The Tlicho First Nation has the right to have waters which are on or flow through or are adjacent to Tlicho lands remain substantially unaltered as to quality, quantity, and rate of flow when such waters are on or flow through or are adjacent to Tlicho lands," unquote. The environmental agreement measures for the NICO mine also upholds these rights. Slide 10. Culture use criteria are an excellent way for us to know whether the Tlicho Agreement and the environmental assessment measures are met. Culture use criteria are an emerging best practice that allows for traditional knowledge, indigenous values, and a strong voice in regulating the mine. The Diavik mine water license requires Diavik to have cultural use criteria, and in 2025, Tlicho elders began monitoring these cultural use criteria for Lac de Gras. Fortune Minerals says it supports cultural use criteria for closure planning, but not for construction and operations. Fortune said that the requirement in the Diavik license apply only to closure. This is true, but this does not mean cultural use criteria cannot apply during operations. In fact, the measures for an environmental agreement apply to all project stages. We recommend that the water license require Fortune Minerals to propose cultural use criteria for board approval before discharging effluent to Peanut Lake. These should be based on engagement with TG. The license should require Fortune to meet cultural use criteria during operations, closure, and post-closure. Slide 11. Fortune has provided new information related to effluent quality criteria, EQC, in the license. TG recommends that the EQC be evaluated before Fortune discloses effluent to Peanut Lake. This raises the question of whether to update effluent quality criteria now or wait until the mine is closer to being built. Fortune proposes to submit the EQC re-evaluation report 6 months before construction of the mine. Fortune proposal would avoid having to update effluent quality criteria twice and may therefore have less burden on all parties. We will follow the discussion on this topic and make a final recommendation later in the proceeding. Slide 12. We also have 5 recommendations about this. The security deposit. The purpose of a security deposit is to cover the cost of closure and reclamation if a company goes bankrupt. If that happened, the GNWT would be responsible for cleanup. The TG's main interest in the security deposit relates again to financial responsibility. A robust, defensible security deposit will address one of 3 Water Act requirements regarding financial responsibility. First, we recommend that the security be updated before construction. This is to add inflation and to use soon-to-be-updated reclaim tool. We expect that the updated reclaim tool will better estimate closure costs. An updated closure cost estimate will also benefit from analysis, engineering, and other works Fortune will do before construction. Second, we recommend that security deposit include reclamation research, risk communication, traditional knowledge monitoring, and all other closure costs. Slide 13. We recommend improving the milestones in the water license for Fortune's security payment. The GNWT also recommended improved milestones, which are similar to ours. The GNWT's additional details further improves the milestone and are supported by Fortune. Slide 14. Fortune proposes to use the NIC's present value for some long-term costs after closure. This lowers the security deposit because the money may grow by the time it is needed if GNWT invested. We recommend that if any part of the security deposit uses a net present value calculation, it should be based on accurate, conservative information. We also recommend that the security deposit be increased regularly to reflect inflation. This should be done in a way that minimizes burden on all parties, gives clarity and certainty to Fortune, and results in a defensible estimate. Slide 15. We recommend that the water license requires, the first bullet, a climate change report, a review of the water license condition, an evaluation of affluent quality criteria, culture use criteria for closure, a Tlicho traditional knowledge monitoring framework, and we recommend that these requirements, regardless of the license term, but if adopted, these new requirements may support a longer license term. Fortune has asked for a 25-year license term. Typically, water license terms are shorter than this. Shorter terms mean the WLWB can improve the license earlier in the mine life if necessary. On the other hand, longer license terms can reduce burdens for all parties and give more certainty to Fortune about future expectations. We will provide a final recommendation on a term in our closing argument. Slide 16. Risk assessments are an important part of responsible mining. In response to our recommendation on this issue, Fortune noted that it did a risk assessment during the environmental assessment and plan to update it. We recommend that the water license require Fortune to submit an updated assessment at all major project milestones or changes, from design to post-closure. Because of the importance of this document, it should go for board approval. We also recommend that the water license require an emergency response and spill contingency plan for approval. The plan should address prevention, preparedness, and response for any emergencies that will affect land and water, such as failure of the coal disposal facility, extreme weather events, and more. Slide 17. Fortune has asked the board to withdraw more water from Lou Lake than is what is authorized in the license. Water withdrawals must not be substantially alter the quantity or rate of flow of water on or besides Tlicho land. Fortune has not provided enough evidence that it can meet this requirement. Fortune should provide better evidence that the increased water withdrawal from Lou Lake will not substantially alter water quantity in Lou Lake and water quality or rate of flow in Marion River. Slide 18. The Mackenzie Valley Review Board required Fortune to construct and test wetlands during the first half of the mine life to see how effectively the wetlands treat seepage from the cold disposal facility. The cold disposal facility is where Fortune will place tailings and waste rock. Until tested, we don't know whether the constructed woodlands will succeed. The water license requires Fortune to build pilot scale, demonstration scale, and full-scale woodlands in that order. Any delays in one phase of the testing would delay the next phase. We recommend that the board ensure there is good oversight of when the pilot scale, demonstration scale, and full-scale woodlands are built. Slide 19. Fortune proposes to bury incinerator ash, sewage sludge, treated woods, broken equipment, and more on site. This issue needs more engagement before on-site disposal is approved. We recommend that Fortune engage with TG about on-site waste disposal. Slide 20. Fortune committed to create to the next practicable and pleasing final landscape, unquote. This can mostly be addressed later in the Closure and Reclamation Plan, CRP. However, design plans finalized before mine construction will also have permanent impact on the final landscape. We recommend that all relevant designs describe how the designs ensure that there will be a pleasing final landscape and acknowledge that Tlicho citizens are the intended audience who will need to judge whether this commitment is satisfied. Slide 21. In summary, we have made recommendations to help the board strengthen the license, to ensure final financial responsibility, good governance, the protection of Tlicho rights, and the best regulatory practices. If we all work together, we can continue to build a strong foundation for responsible, sustainable mining that leaves a positive legacy for future generation. Must-see, thank you to the Lands and Water Board and to all the parties for their contribution to this proceeding. Must-see, Mr. Chairman, with that concludes our presentation this morning to the board.
Message show, Tlicho Government. We'll take a 10-minute health break. Must see. Hello. This is a 2-minute warning. We'll get started in 2 minutes. Welcome back, everybody. We'll get started again here. So we're going back to the intervener presentation, where I'll get Tlicho Government to close out their presentation.
Mr. Chairman, Violet Council Blondin, Manager, DCLP, Tlicho Government. We have another elder, an eloquent elder, similar thoughts and opinion as our elder and past Grand Chief Joe Rabiska. This one is Joseph Judas, who also wants to make a small presentation as well. Whatì.
Thank you, Chairman. Don't roll fortune. It's on deal that that's on Tlicho Government and your staff. Good did it one day. He sat here, the saw on the Nizam. It and good thing doing the it doesn't take care of doesn't take care of the now we asi woguna ye tila ni na wonga te dia de dionde in son gote dinin de dia ti huto ti da ti ga te ka diona hanin le de na kele de traki hanin ke fizonde in son ya da woni ti da ni ai wonga te ati han go ye water license hani go get de ti ani wala wala da ni wala da ni tonge hani ko asi monta go get de staff ke monta asi ke again ti ya da ke haya ti da konde e plan de sininde asi na go asi de se hani na wo e my hosa wo mosi e si na dionde ya ti de chingo na dionde e so e de chingo na di wo haya ti ti la le ki asi songo tin de hani ko de chi na di si ti go ti tunde son tin si mà ủa ta tới tiếng đấy ấy trong có khi rồi lấy hàng nico thì ta đi hết ta tiếng đấy xin sẽ cái gọi tên đấy ấy ta dùng đi hàng này trong khu hàng này trong cổ hàng này trong kia hàng này trong cổ hàng này thì ta lại đi rồi đấy ấy hàng này cái cái tiếng đấy rồi là ông ta thà là trong dùng cái đấy nên gì cái đi ta nàyအခုရကြီးဇွန်းတန်ရလကင်းတိုင်းလဲနာဝဟိုကိုကတဲ့စေတိုက်ခွဲကတဲ့တဲ့ကိုကတဲ့ကတဲ့ဟန်ကိုဤနိုင်ဒီဟိုတနတလေဤကိုကလည်းဇဝခွေဒီတဲ့တဲ့တနိကေခွေဒီယာတနိကေကေဒီယာဇဟဝစီဝတာလည်းနဒီရှာဟိုတာဟိုတင်နေတဲ့ဟိတနေဝဂွိထျာဟန်နီနာဝဇဝတနေခုံတဲ့ဒီအင်းတဲ့ကကိုတင်တဲ့ကိုဟန်နီဝဇကေရတင်ထီလျံတဲ့ဤဒီချင်းဝဇီတာလာဒီချင်းတဲ့其实这个呢，我看的这种他的这种的课呢，一种课呢，一种从底下你看他听他的我种来用的，从一个行的一种查询下行的，哎呀，这一大听的，一种哈，你看你看这找我想说个找多那个，一下你我看见的，哎呀，你那个好听行的看，那哈子拉行的。이게 좀 대차라 하는데 이게 다니 오고 있냐서니 아신 왔다 뒤다 나티야 진짜 뒤야 뒤다 나티야 이게 되는 지 왔다 되는지야 우후지 되는지야 뭐 아시 호저 되대 되는데 우후지 디야 다 수화다 도야 티나대 디야 이게 나 우은가 대신에 이선 에코나게 차이려데 아다 수화다 이 많이 호차지 온다게 해야지 온다만 고 해야지 내가 고 되는 게 자운데 한 거이 회기고 아긴 라시 이거지 그래시 그런데 자는 단 수지고 아이한테 자는 그 하자운데 되고 이좀 이게 되고 칸이 되는데 이 크리다니 오가 티 되고지 볼라서 혼때는 달리다니 오가 티 안돼야 만타네 자는데 이게 시신 ወ다니 호인데 이게 신신 내지고 하야 티란래 하는 거다 원기 되는데 호인데 이게 예 dun다 순타나야 이 시시 como Mr. Chairman 이게 그 hin고니 호군인데 다나고게 키는데 한니 호 wala 호다데 내지야 하이세션 이거 후디디 내지야 데세션 진짜 디스 이다 띵고 신호다데 티 이좀 이쾌 하지 신다니 오가 티야 이 한이나 우은거 대션 이좀 예 스타만 타게디호 시하니 온거게 되네 시시 월라시 예 벌써 코는 티니리시 티지야 좀 타고 원래 오다시다 대하소니 그래서 가든이 그게 무슨 근거하게 깨자 어떻게고 깨자 오 그래서 거기 사는 깨자 어디에다 샤워하고 튀는데 이 얘기하고 되는데 거기서 이 티내지 뭐가 튀는데 티운이 다가 튀는데 란다 뭐가 튀는데 이렇게 자주 깨져 돌아니 뭐가 튀는 원이 다가 튀는데 하는 거다 왔다 띵다운데 왔다 하스 되는데 달리 운내진거가 오고게 호디디네냐 오하호네 디 포츠머노 디니 테고니 와타호 이히에스타 운고게데 오호디게디 티통케 사호닌데 좀데니 아세 무츠 예호지 데니 아 에이 우가 호타데네냐 임베타테 키사냐 오데소 에이선 신사냐 오데소 이좀 대신대세 아니 투대세 아니 때다 아시우사냐 오 아사드 아즈르 되네냐 이좀 하이리 하타 이신 후이디 되네냐 신하 혼다 오다냐 혼 에자 과세 근데 그것도 친친가면 하니까 알게 되긴 testimony 하니고 나 힘마야 치시 우화디 되네냐 이 기운께 레락 되는데 그티 이니 그화 많이 공 아운데 이따 혼간다 많이 같은데 많이 나 캐색해 대세존이 링케 달라오다운 이또 나디치나 우다 쿠톤 캬닌데 나디나 추타쿠 이따 이시 우후디디 내지한다 혼다오다니 혼 이또 예 무슨 공디 공글라 오타다 Tananda a tagon Juanale, tagon Halago, the luggage did a gungo get down. A easy at a quiet tea, who did in a on seat, well lights on the Seani. At a quadratin in the down what I took and some work as soon as important city, the Anihatin la the good zone. It's on decades on Hata. A ye, what did a dito, who dear in betate, what the night in a who ha hoon. A ye, the going to get what done in the a ye, honey, they can eat, so say, like it, a ye honey go who did in his ataco. This in the wongo still. It's not you queer has the wongo desi queer the goosey has any day, a catate. Hanko, the goosey put lotate in the last the go can it in the Nizim Gatiasani, than you got here, I did the line to say Lina. Yeah, no theatre. Go on as you work who did in his who did in his then I did Shina that you won't more true. Kiani, Kita did that 2002 and did Chiani Lazasi, what I asked about this one. It's on Kevongo Station. It's a she tell who did it in there. She would be him who did it in there. It's on Tinta dinner tell Testataco, Hanintako, and the other Nizing girl who did it in there. As yes, a color with this one. As your color done in there. Hey, you move in the go here, cookie was at Yada. Had a din in there. With your quality does a take it in the won't say go to do anything, won't does a take it anything. It's on tea. And tea were what in it, he honeymoon got daily. Yes, there him on Taggy going to two who dear, who dear, a water on there. It's yet Fortune Mirror, they do he get, can I get Yatacos on the Hanko? Dila ne zonge te kwesi no wata na wusi ina lehone wata na wusi jawo ho dilone dila ne ladda ke te kweni de ho sa tada te kweda se ke gota duzuta ho na wusi ihone ko hani leni de na wusi jawo ho dinne le dali ayi si ayi na wusi san de la ne lehone asi how de te woni de zon wo de ho Reati te dita ne te ke gota du de ne ziane zungo ta ya si se danale tana ye de dinde en ho da ngo hin de la de te ke a konda ni da ni wong ke te zun le ngo hin da te ngo ke zun le han sa ta da te ke le ni de asi se la wo di lon ito ha zungo ta se te di si sa si sa ga ha en la ni le ko ti on da ha ga tin le ho de Kotion da ke de din khai la da ke sata da ke kwa da se ke guge du da se ke tsa guge de so ni ho no de to ni de na u ne din ha ge a na han ni na u wala ta da te u te dia te dion i so dia ye sin la la so le de ke ta la so ha ya ti ko mo do da ho wo da na ga kya ta ko so ni ha ni ko sin wo da ni ho ne de yi na u si da ni ho ya za wo ke ya ti la le ta ko so ni la ni to wo ngwe te ta ho ne de Ayi Nausi Hani de Kihola de Nezia in Danigo as a Kugata Hunga de Suneho, Ayi de China did a new Wuta Anne, it's an Idani Quick has it on the Tiget Nizet, the good Wuta, Ya knew that on Nezin Walahoda de Nezia. Kinson de Gunshi would make at a Timode. It's on Wuti Yaonde, who can take Yaonde. Honey's on the question, great deal, it's a Golati who the are the high needs great daily. Hani na wusi wuda ni khutong ai sione hito tin chu won ne ya gon den da le ai wata gote diwi la ni si ya ta wu ne zi ke gote duga ne zi wala hoda de ne zi ai wuton ke si wuda ne ta da chon wu da ga khalin de ai wu ta di sin de ta wu ni ke gote du sia san ne le hito ti son ke si wata a hon de tin ta di da tin du da tin si na de Since dinner to last year, te alone. Tahungo who lad the nide, Tanaka what a good idea. A ye nugget this, if it's a con, do not this. A ye sat at the Ganjunde. Ye did that some year town, what are you, what leans and that it, and your town did that some tick decking as the India town, a years on the Ganjun. What done it there, death Sunday, it's a death science working on. Honeycoat, Tanaka ticket. Hutate in Bekitate in Jaguti. Tago hingata dele dinte hani kolne zi wo da se te kenin de ne zi wo keke wala da na zi wo da wo se go to do se an zi ito ai hani di de china di wo ha ya ki lan le da le ki wo ha na si wo da na te de ne zi wo ga da ga kya da hun da ga ki ya san le ku zo ai sin da le ki ai ta ai Mr. Chairman. Merci.
Message show, Tlicho Government for your presentation, and message show to the elders for your words. We're moving on to the questions to Tlicho Government. We'll start off with Fortune Minerals. If you could ask questions to Tlicho Government.
Rick Schreier, Fortune Minerals. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First, I would like to thank Joe and the rest of the elders for their kind words and their instructive words. Joe, when you get a minute, could you write down the location of those 5 mineral deposits for me? Just put them on a map and we'll go from there. All joking aside, though, we have 4 elders in the room. I want to take the opportunity to ask them, in the Tlicho, in the area of the mine, what is your favorite fish species? What's the one that's most important to you in that area?
I'm having a hard time hearing, so I have to get Joe to translate for me. Were you saying what animals are important to us?
Rick Schreier, Fortune Minerals, which fish species is most important to you in that area?
I wouldn't say one. If I said one, you would say, what about others? You're probably going to think, the rest of them don't matter, okay? We worry about all the animals, including the fish. Every animal. Okay, look, I'm getting this translator to help me too. We're talking about fish. They're all important to us, all around, okay? And Joseph talked about, so all the fish around that area are very important to every one of us. But certain people don't eat, I call it peckerels, you would call it walleye, that I would say jackfish. Some of our people won't eat either one. That's just the way they are. If they eat it, they're going to get sick. And so all the fish are very important to every one of us, because we travel. Before, people used to go trapping, like Charlie said, they used fish around Heslop Lake and all the way down river, okay? So all the fish are important to every one of us. And the other thing that I want to touch a little bit on, just to talk about traditional medicine that we use. And he said all around, okay? But when we travel down that river, all the way from Kamichi down to where we've been on that river many times, there's a lot of medicine all the way up that river. I can show you some places where the medicine grows. It only grows there. If we're around there, we'll take it. It's in the river. So if something happens to water, what's going to happen to that medicine that we use? I'll just mention one. They call it Zondia. I have some in my pocket. That's a medicine that will protect even you. What we do, we'll put it here. Tie a string around with it, make a knot. What my wife does is make a little pouch. We put it in there. It's to protect you wherever you travel, no matter where, it's going to protect you. That's how strong that medicine is. So may I have it in my pocket. So there's medicine up there, all the way up there. I know because I traveled with Charlie God all the way down the river. They live up that river many, many years, including Fred. They know where all these medicines are. So if something happens to water, what will happen to that medicine? That's what he was talking about. And that's not the only one, because all of us, some of us will take medicine from doctor, but many of us, we still believe that the medicine that we get from out there are very, very special, and they're powerful, and they all work. That's what he's talking about. And he also said that even the animal use it. They know. They've been out there right from the day one, when this God created this earth. There was no doctor then. That's what the elders said. No doctor around. So our elders go back thousands and thousands of years. There was no doctor, no medicine. We all live on the medicine that we get from the land. That's why it's very important. And sometimes we see fire, and we talk about fire. They're burning all of our medicine. There's a lot of trees that we get medicine from. And if you believe in it, it's going to work. And they've been there for thousands and thousands of years. We still use it today. And a lot of it are in that river. I've been there. And we collect them. But you just don't take it. You have to give it back, pay it, and talk to it. One day, when I'm sick, I'm going to use you. That's what we say. That's a teaching that we have from our elders. So we want to talk about fish. Fish are important all around. I wouldn't say walleye. I wouldn't say whitefish. I wouldn't say trout. They're all important to us. And just for the go, we're traveling back from Ray Lakes. And halfway down, we saw one person paddling down. He came from Germany, the other side of the world. He landed in Yellowknife and was paddling all the way down. There's a lot of tourism, they do that. And one day we went to Ray Lakes, we saw 5 of them. We didn't even know they were out there. You know what they were living on? That guy, he only had dry goods. He said, I live on soup mainly. But boy, you guys, fish are ever good. I live on fish. So we're not the only ones who are using fish. A lot of people go out there, they take fish from the land. And I'm going to go from Ray Lakes, paddle all the way to Yellowknife. Then I asked him where he came from. He said, Germany. So we're not the only ones out there that are using fish. A lot of people, they go out there. So if you say what kind of fish is important, I would say all of them. I'll stop right there. Thank you.
Fortune Minerals.
Rick Schreier, Fortune Minerals. Thanks for that, Joe. This makes a good segue into my next question concerning cultural use criteria. Yesterday in our presentation, we suggested that the best place to have the cultural use criteria was to incorporate it into the action levels for the aquatic effects monitoring program. I was wondering if the Tlicho government had some initial thoughts on whether or not they thought that was an acceptable place to to have the cultural use criteria as part of the aquatic effects monitoring program. Thank you.
Tlicho Government.
Patty Washchuk on behalf of Tlicho Government. Thanks for that question, Rick. That idea about having the cultural use criteria in the aquatic effects program is something we will think about for our comments on the draft license and the closing argument. One concern we will have to think through is whether that plan could give cultural use criteria the same force, the same power, the same regulatory standing that the science criteria would have. yesterday we asked you about whether the cultural use criteria in a plan would have a potential response that it could, in the worst case, shut down the mine. And I think part of your answer was that the science criteria would need to show that. The cultural use criteria that Tlicho Government supports at Diavik incorporates science into them. They're together. The science and the traditional knowledge are in the cultural use criteria. So I think there might be some agreement there about how science has to work together with traditional knowledge, but we don't want it to weaken the cultural use criteria. So we will give it more thought and comment in the rest of the proceeding.
Fortune Minerals.
Rick Schreier, Fortune Minerals, thanks for that. Please keep in mind we're open to any dialogue on that subject moving forward, so we can go back to it. In your presentation, you mentioned that you wanted more evidence that the water withdrawal in Lou Lake wasn't going to result in a change that was substantially unaltered from the natural condition. In our presentation yesterday, we suggested that the bounds of natural variability would be the definition of substantially unaltered, and that's something that we've always struggled with in terms of what is the definition of substantially unaltered, right? In a practical sense, and because at some point it has to become a numerical value. Are you too high or are you too low? So again, something to think about. Would that, the range of natural variability, would that be an acceptable definition of substantially unaltered in terms of water levels in Lou Lake and in the Marion River?
Tlicho Government.
Patty Washchuk, Tlicho Government. In general, the issue of whether Fortune's use of water from Whatì, Lou Lake, will impact the Tlicho Agreement requirements for water quantity and flow not to be substantially altered requires more information. One concern we have with the idea about comparing to natural variability is that Fortune is using the mean, an average flow. That doesn't tell us what the flow or quantity might be like in a very dry year, at a very dry time of a dry year, compared to natural variability. So we also need more engagement and the opportunity for traditional knowledge to be input into this. DFO has, the Department of Fisheries and Oceans has some guidelines that could be useful, but those don't consider cultural use of the waters. So we need that engagement to fill that gap as well. Merci.
Fortune Minerals.
Rick Schreier, Fortune Minerals. You've asked for us to provide more information on the potential effects of water levels, and so we'll do that. We'll look at the hydrological information and provide that evidence, and then we can go from there. On to my next question. In your presentation, you mentioned, I was a bit confused about this, that the closure costs or the security costs would only cover 1/3 of the costs. I wasn't sure what you meant by that when you said 1/3. Could you clarify that for me, please?
Tlicho Government.
Patty Washchuk, Tlicho Government. Yeah, good catch, Rick. That was just a small word change. It was the third cost. So the security deposit does not cover the third cost. It's not that there was no mathematical calculation there.
Fortune Minerals.
Rick Schreier, okay, Fortune Minerals, okay, now I understand why I was confused. That makes sense, all right. Um, yeah, let's see. For the financial aspects that you're looking for in terms of, you know, the company's ability to have all the funds in order to move forward with construction and operation of the mine, you need to please keep in mind that, you know, our finances are going to look way different than when we have funding than they do now, because, you know, we don't have a lot of money now. Our funding is most likely going to be from multiple sources, you know, 100 million from one bank and 100 million from a battery company and so forth. So the feasibility study will tell us all of that in terms of what, you know, what the financing looks like, where it's coming from, and then we feed that into the financial model, which tells us the profitability of the mine at different stages of development in terms of what ore we're extracting at what times and what commodity prices are, which is a guess because they're all over the place. So eventually my question is, can we delay this reporting of financial instruments until we actually have an idea of what our finances are, which won't be until we submit we are finished with the feasibility study and we have our discussions with potential financiers and we come up with our overall financing for the project. And then we'll be in a much better place in terms of being able to discuss our overall finances for the project. Thank you.
Tlicho Government.
Patty Washuk on behalf of Tlicho Government. I think TG recognizes that Fortune does not now have the money to open this mine. And in our intervention, we said that it could be a water license condition to get this information once Fortune has the financing and the documentation to show that it can meet the Waters Act. I hope that answers your question. We're not looking to have that information in this proceeding because we know Fortune doesn't have it. And we believe that that can meet the Waters Act.
Fortune Minerals.
Require Fortune Minerals. We have no further questions for the Tlicho Government at this time. Thank you.
Must show for your questions, Fortune Minerals. Well, I'll move on to YKDFN. Do you have any questions for Tlicho Government?
Matthew Taylor for the Yellow Knives Dene First Nation. Masi Cho for the presentation, Tlicho Government, and especially to the elders who've taken the time to be here and share their knowledge and experience. We have no questions at this time. Masi.
Masi Cho. NSMA. Do you have any questions for Tlicho Government?
Ryan here. Ryan here with board staff. Monica, can you hear us okay?
Okay. I don't hear any questions, so we'll move on at this time. GNWT, ECC, do you have any questions for Tlicho Government?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Lee Ross with the GNWT. Thank you for that presentation to the Tlicho Government. Thank you for the elders. It's those powerful stories. Thank you for those. We do have two questions online with Christine, so I will pass it off to Christine to ask her two questions.
Christine Geiger on behalf of GNWT ECC. This question is with regards to the effluent quality criteria reevaluation reports. The GNWT is seeking greater clarity on where and how AEMP benchmarks are intended to be met, as well as how upstream and non-point source inputs are evaluated, as these factors influence whether benchmarks are achieved at the outlet of Peanut Lake. Given the current uncertainties around how these inputs are being assessed, we are wondering whether additional information on non-point source contributions and benchmark evaluations would help support or inform the effluent quality criteria reevaluation reports you are
Excuse me,
requesting.
sorry. We're having technical difficulties here. Just give me a moment while we've fixed some audio visual problems. Sorry. Sorry. We'll take a 5-minute break until we figure out our technical difficulties. Masi.
Yeah. Two channels.
This is a 2-minute warning. We'll get started in 2 minutes. Hello, welcome back, everybody. I'd like to get started. So, we're returning back to government in Northwest Territories. Do you have any questions for Tlicho Government? And also, this is just a reminder to all participants to not to speak as fast, because do keep in mind we do have interpreters. And must see.
Christine Geiger on behalf of GNWT ECC. This question is with regards to the environmental quality criteria reevaluation reports. The GNWT is seeking greater clarity on where and how AEMP benchmarks are intended to be met, as well as how upstream and non-point source inputs are evaluated, as these factors influence whether benchmarks are achieved at the outlet of Peanut Lake. Given the current uncertainties around how these inputs are being assessed, we are wondering whether additional information on non-point source contributions and benchmark evaluations would help support or inform the environmental quality criteria reevaluation reports you are requesting.
Tlicho Government. Tlicho Government.
Patty Washchuk, Tlicho Government. So I think you're asking about two things related to the effluent quality criteria reevaluation report. So that is when those protective limits at the end of the water treatment plant pipe would be updated before construction. So the first thing you're asking about, I think, is updating the aquatic effects benchmarks, and that will be a useful check in the reevaluation, because the current limits, the EQC, they're based on the water treatment technology, but we have to check that that still meets the water quality objectives. So that will be an important part, yes. To what I think the second part of your question is, when we calculate those limits at the end of the pipe, do we need to think of, I think you said, upstream contributions and non-point sources? I'm thinking you are talking about maybe if groundwater got into Peanut Lake, I'm not sure, or maybe you're also talking about if runoff and seepage were not successfully collected. If that did happen, that would also have to be included in the check to make sure that the effluent quality criteria would meet the water quality objectives. That exercise did not happen in the board's calculations for the effluent quality criteria. I don't know that we have evidence right now to show that it would, so if that is a concern of the GNWT, then we would be relying on them to help and provide information about what more needs to be considered. But in short, yes, all of that could be considered in a future reevaluation of the numbers for the end of the pipe. Masi.
GNWT.
Thank you. That was very helpful. I have one more question. Are there any additional considerations or rationale you would like to share that could help inform the GNWT's understanding of why regular environmental quality criteria reevaluation reports would be necessary?
Tlicho Government.
Patty Washchuk on behalf of Tlicho Government. We have definitely supported a effluent quality criteria reevaluation before construction, and have suggested additional ones after that. Now, how much those are needed might depend on how long the water license term is. But I think in your first question to us, you already raised one reason why regular updates could be needed. And that is if there is water from the mine going into Peanut Lake that has not been considered in the calculations, then we would need to redo those calculations. And we might not have that information until the mine has been running for some time. So I think your first question in some ways answers the part of the second question. And I think we can consider adding more to this question about the reevaluations in our comments on the draft license and potentially our closing argument. Merci.
GNWT.
Thank you. That concludes my questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you again to Tlicho Government and the elders. We have no. Lee Ross, GNWT.
Tlicho Government, Northwest Territories. Moving on to DFO. Do you have any questions for Tlicho Government?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Tatiana Leclerc with the DFO. I do have a couple of questions, but I want to thank Violet for her presentation first, and also Joe, Charlie, and Fred for sharing their stories and knowledge. So my first question is, can someone share their experience using the Marion River during low flow, during low water years? If you had any trouble getting up and down the river, if you noticed any unusually dry areas that could impact the ability of fish to move up and down the river.
Tlicho Government.
We're just talking about ourselves, the question that we asked. I just keep forgetting about Tlicho Government. My name is Joe Rabiska. The water's getting very, very low. And I tell you, just here we live in Ray, there's a point here, people that have fish net like this. Okay, the fish are going through. And there's a picture, it's kind of weird to me, but the water used to be about 5 or 6 feet. And then there's a guy has a net like this. And a bear walk in the water, okay? And that guy catches a lot of fish in the net. So the bear is standing like this and moves the net up and starts taking fish out of the net. He goes and do that to all the net that's there. And they took a picture of that bear going fishing, stealing fish. So as you can see, so what happens is there's 2 nets that were there. That happened last summer. And I kind of felt, I kind of laughed. I've never seen this like this. That's what happens. Now, if it gets any lawyer, we're going to have a big problem. We're used to going upriver to go hunting for beaver, muscat hunting. There's cabin. Avocado? Okay, so if the water gets any lower, we're going to have a big problem for the wildlife, especially for the fish. You know, fish, they'll spawn upriver, and then they go to small little lake. That's where they spawn. That's where they raise their family. I've seen a lot of that. My wife and I would go beaver hunting in the springtime. I saw fish going up in thousands and thousands. Walleye. I couldn't even paddle like this. Every time I paddle like this on a boat, my son's up ahead, we hit fish. Now you go there right now, the water's so low, and you won't see fish going up that river again. Now, where they're going to go, I don't know. We have places like that around Ray. I'm just talking about Ray, okay? Same thing applies up that river. Because you go up that river to Fortune Meadow, Fortune here, Hestop Lakes here, that's where we paddle right through. And I had a chance to live very close to them because of Ray Rock. Well, you know, where we're cleaning up Ray Rock. And I took 6 boats, 6 people in each boat, so we paddle up that river. And we noticed that the water's getting lower and lower. Where we used to go fishing, all that is going to change. I don't know where the fish are going to go, all the way up the river. And I went to a meeting with all the former chiefs from Inuvik to Fort Smith. We're talking about climate change. All the river, down Mackenzie River, all the way to on this side of Inuvik, to all my friends. These are the chiefs I used to work with. The water's going down. So in Fort Simpson, there's a guy I was talking. He said, from where you said, I said right here, the water level went down. This is where we used to park our boat right here. Now we've got to park our boat way out there, all the way down river. In Good Hope, I've been there by boat. Down Mackenzie River, you just go down river by to a boat like this. Now, there's a river about this wide. That's only water that's going down. All that, no more water. So it's not this happening only in here. So, and then we talk about why is our water going down? What I gathered through these meetings I attended is that they're saying because of climate change, our land is melting, going down. So our water is going down. That's what they said. So that's why our water is disappearing. That's the very reason why I asked at the meetings, climate change, what would it cost us? What kind of problem would it give us? Now, our people die in our communities, so we'll go bury our people. Right from where my foot is, we dig it ground that high, that's how we, but halfway down, up to here, the ground would only melt up to here. It's very soft, we can use a shovel, okay? But if you go beyond that, it's all frozen, ice. Now, the ground is melting. You can go 6 feet with a shovel. It's not frozen. So we know that because of climate change, this is what's happening. Now, if the water down up that river, Joseph and I were just talking about the map here, up to the mine and beyond it, what would happen to the fish? That's what we're talking about. Because the fish all the way up that river. I don't have an answer, but a lot of things are going to go wrong. I'm quite sure, because it's happening because of climate change, our water's disappearing. That's just what I'm hearing, okay? It's just like rumors to me, but maybe some. That's why I asked the same question many times at meetings. Why is our water going down? Is it because it's getting warmer, climate change? And it's going to continue to get warmer and warmer. That's what I'm hearing. But, and then you guys travel all over. In Ontario or somewhere there, the water's not disappearing. The water's still up there where it is. That's what I'm hearing, because I asked questions. Why is it up here, though, in the north? Why is it like that here in Newvik? So I asked that question many times. Can we get some answers why this is all happening? And where is it? Is it that water level that's going down? Where is it going to stop? And I have no answers. So at times, we ask each other many times, is that water going to continue dropping? So the bears are going fishing right now, just walking. They don't have to go wade in the river and jump in the river. They should go take fish out of our net. It's very strange, but that's what was happening in Ray. And they took a picture of it. The bear stealing fish from the net. So the water's level going down. It's causing us some problems already. But how further down is it going to go? We don't know. That's why I always ask the staff that we work together. We should have meetings about climate change. Where is it going to stop? And all of us that live in the north, we're going to be facing the same problem as I'm facing. Even in Yellowknife, the water's going to go down. What's going to happen here? So the people here are saying it's because the thermophos is melting. So all water kind of stayed now the ground. And they're talking about the lake right now. How far is it the ground? Is it melting in the water? Way down, is it frozen so it's holding the water up? Or is it all melting down the bottom? Because the water's getting hot, warmer and warmer every year. We all know that. So where the thermophos is, maybe it's melting. We don't know. But it's going to be a problem for us. It's going to be a problem for the fish. And something else I want to, we were coming down from Ray Lakes. And this is something for you. I saw about 10 fish just floating in the river alongside of Ray Rock. I got scared because I thought is that it's because of Ray Rock. So I came back to Ray Violet and I sent 2 boats down there. 4 in each boat. They took off. The fish were still floating around there. And they check all that fish, the staff we had. They know how to test the fish. They did. They were not sick. They got caught in the shallow water. They're a cold-blooded animal. And they got caught in the hot water till this died. So now that goes to tell me climate change is changing a lot of things. So maybe that answers your question, but the water is getting lower and it's getting warmer and warmer. So that's why the fish, they were all dead, just floating. I got scared because that's what we live on. And now, so God knows what's going to happen down the road. That's the best answer I can give you, okay? Thank you.
DFO.
Tatiana Leclerc, thank you so much for that answer. Very helpful. My second question is about the cultural use criteria. Could you share some examples, maybe from the DIAVIC? I'm just not familiar with cultural use criteria. I'd like to know how those criteria look like, and if there's anything about fish, especially for fish. I'd appreciate that. Thank you.
Tlicho Government.
Merci, Patty Washchuk, Tlicho Government. The cultural use criteria for Lac de Gras, for Diavik Mine, for the pits were established through the water license. And I think if you want to see those word for word, then you should look to the board's public registry. But I can say that from elders, and Tlicho elders played a big part in this. They speak to whether the water looks good and whether it tastes good, whether it sounds good. So I believe there are 5 of them. And these are the ones that we tested with elders last year on Lac de Gras. And the cultural use criteria for closure are probably will have more related to fish in them as well. The cultural use criteria for closure will cover a lot of information when you're looking at water and is water healthy. So those are still being established and may not be they may not look the same way that they are in the water license. So I think how those look, we are still working on them for closure through the traditional knowledge monitoring program. Merci.
DFO.
Tatiana Leclerc, DFO. I have no more questions. Thank you for that.
Merci, Joe, DFO. Move on to ECCC.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Tlicho Government, for that presentation. Environment and Climate Change Canada has no questions at this time.
Merci, Joe. I will now ask members of the public if they have any questions for Tlicho Government, starting with in person. Does anybody have questions for Tlicho Government? One moment.
Right now, the questions are directed to the Tlicho Government because they're the presenter. However, after lunch, starting at 1 o'clock, there's an opportunity for members of the public to ask questions of any party if they wish, or make comments.
Okay. Are there any questions for Tlicho Government? I don't see any. I will now ask online. Yeah, I'll ask if there's anybody online who want to ask questions to Tlicho Government. I don't see members of the public online. So we're moving on to board staff and legal. Does board staff have any questions for Tlicho Government?
Brianna Bams, board staff. Tlicho Government recommended that the security deposit be increased regularly to reflect inflation in a manner that minimizes complexity and burden on all parties, provides clarity and certainty for the licensee, and allows for a defensible estimate of inflation. The standard condition closure cost estimate demonstrates that upon request of the board, the licensee shall submit an updated closure cost estimate using the current version of reclaim or another method acceptable to the board. Regular updates are also expected over the course of the project. Based on the standard conditions pertaining to security and updates available in the draft license, is Tlicho Government of the view that any additional requirements or mechanisms are necessary for inflation updates? And if so, does it have any suggestions for what those may look like? Merci.
Tlicho Government.
Patty Washchuk, Tlicho Government. So the standard condition does give the board the opportunity to increase security for inflation. And also, as you said, there can often be updates, and those would account for inflation. Our recommendation is about times when several years could pass where there's no update. And to my knowledge, the board doesn't have a practice to request an inflation update. That could be one possibility, is a new practice to request an inflation update if too much time has gone by, because that's when the mine would become undersecured. As far as suggestions for how to increase security for inflation without causing a lot of unnecessary work and being able to make an estimate that makes sense, one possibility is that if a certain number of years has passed without an update, the security deposit could be increased for inflation based on the consumer price index, the CPI, for the previous year. Because it's difficult, we've heard from Fortune's experts at the technical session, to predict inflation. So if you used actual data from the previous year for inflation, then you don't have to predict it. So that's one possibility. Merci.
Board staff.
Rihanna Bam, sports staff. How many years does Tlicho Government think would be an appropriate number if there hasn't been an update?
Tlicho Government.
Patty Washchuk, Tlicho Government. I think to give a firm number, we would probably prefer to do that in our potentially comments on the draft license or closing argument. However, if a streamlined method can be developed, then we would be thinking about having the inflation update within 1 year. If the process is fairly simple and streamlined, then it's difficult to see why too much time should pass without an update. But we will give a more firm answer in the remainder of the proceeding.
Board staff.
Brianna Bam, board staff. G&WT proposed 3 new phases for security deposits that align with specific milestones and liabilities on site. Tlicho Government also identified some potential changes for different phases of security. Does Tlicho Government agree with G&WT's proposed phasing?
Tlicho Government.
Patty Washchuk on behalf of Tlicho Government. At this time, the milestones proposed by the GNWT are consistent with Tlicho Government recommendation and add useful details to make those milestones work well. So unless there is more evidence that comes to counter those, the Tlicho Government does support those milestones.
Board staff.
Brianna Bam, board staff. In intervention recommendation 6B, Tlicho Government recommended there be an updated security deposit to include all potential closure-related costs in the future. Is Tlicho Government suggesting that there are additional line items that need to be added to the security estimate at this time, or is additional work still needed to determine the cost of those additional items?
Tlicho Government.
Patty Washchuk on behalf of Tlicho Government. So yes, we said the security deposit should be updated, I believe we said prior to construction. And at least 2 of the reasons we said were for inflation. We don't know how long it will be before construction starts. So it could be significant if the mine construction is delayed. We also said that Reclaim, the tool that calculates security, is undergoing what we see as an improvement for estimating costs and may be released then. So that is another reason for the update. But to get at more the heart of your question, there could be changes, for example, during the upcoming feasibility study that may alter some of Fortune's current plans that could affect security. Also, many of the designs that they will be producing, their work with the expert panels, their management plans that will be coming in, all of those could impact security in ways that we don't know about right now. So that is a third reason for an update. Masi.
Board staff.
Brenda Van Howard, board staff. So a question about the Tlicho Government recommendation on risk assessment. The Tlicho Government recommended that Fortune submits an updated risk assessment at all major project milestones or changes from mine design all the way to post-closure. Can the Tlicho Government accept an undertaking to identify what specific project milestones it believes an updated risk assessment should be completed at?
Tlicho Government.
Patty Washchuk, Tlicho Government. We could take an undertaking to provide more detail about that. I don't know if we could identify exact milestones because the risk assessment should be conducted for changes at the mine that we might not foresee right now. So I don't know how much more detail we can add, but we can give it some thought as long as the wording of the undertaking gives us the flexibility that we may be unable to identify specific milestones that would have wording that would fit in a license, but we can attempt to give more detail. Masi.
Board staff.
Brenda Van board staff. Okay, thank you. Yeah, we can put something together.
No more questions? Okay. Does the board have any questions for Tlicho Government?
My name is Mike Nachiza, board member from Whatì. I don't have any questions, but I just wanted to thank the elders. They said it's very important to listen to our elders because they are our teacher. They are a keeper of our language, traditional and cultural. And I want to thank everybody here that we all need each other to make a good decisions. The board here wants to make a good decisions. And we need your help. We're here to listen, and hopefully we will make a good decisions. One of the things that I wanted to tell you is that I'm the longest board member here. I've been here since 2008. The reason why I'm here, I kept thinking about what Joe said about the past, our ancestors, our elders. They used to gather and talk among each other. They're saying it's very important that all people get to say what they want done on land, not only on the land, but they say we love and care about our land and water and animals, fish, birds, air, water, and everything that live in the land. So we want you young people to sit on the board, to sit on the table with people to make decisions. And that's why I'm here. I'm here because I kept hearing the words that passed down to me from the elders. They're not living with us now. But I have lots of knowledge, wisdom, that I do not wish to keep. I want to pass on all that and connect with the rest of the world. And that's why I want to work with young people like Carl is with us. And I want to pass on everything to him. Because there's no use for me to keep everything. And I also very happy to be among with the board that are being selected among us and keep them in track and make sure that what the people need is met. So I just wanted to share that with you, make sure that nothing has been contaminated or disturbed. If it is, then we have to come together and make sure that we try to do our best. Because our people, our young people, like Carl, saying this is our land. We have a right to disturb the land and the way we want. But they're saying that we should someday will take over all this mine. And we want to make sure that that's happening. So I just want to pass on that knowledge, and I really, really thank for all the elders that speak. They speak from their heart. And I could feel that, and I'm very thankful for it. Masicho.
I wanted to ask about the bear that went fishing. Were other animals in the water there fishing, like otters and animals that use the water there to eat the fish? I just wanted to know about that. Thank you.
Tlicho Government.
I'm having a hard time hearing, so I've got to get three people just to tell me what you're saying. I'm having a very hard time, especially on this side. So, as Native people, we use guns. All my life I hunt, especially with high-power rifle. So I went to see a doctor, and this time my eardrum busted. So you're asking me if otters, they eat fish? Oh, yes, they do. I'll tell you, a lot of ducks, they eat fish. Ducks. Loon, they eat fish. All kinds of ducks, they eat fish. Martins, they eat fish. Mink, they eat fish. Otters, they eat fish. There's a lot of them. Wolves, fox, you name all the animals. I think most of the animals, they eat fish. Summertime, they go fishing for themselves, especially bears. They'll go fishing anywhere. So if you're asking me that question, I think all the animals that live out there live on fish. That's their favorite food. So wintertime, they'll eat something else, but in the summertime, that's why I was telling you, you see bears going fishing, stealing fish from the net. So how is going to go fishing if it's not in the river? So there's a good chance you can steal. You see people going fishing, so it goes in there and steal fish. So does that answer your question, or?
Yes, sir. I thought that we talked yesterday about traditional knowledge and science working group being together. Maybe we can keep looking at that information as the years go by over the workings of the mine. So I like that idea about the working group with the traditional knowledge holders and the science people. That's just my comment. Masicho.
Tlicho Government. We don't have any more questions from the board, but I would like to thank you for your presentation and thank the elders once again. The time is now 12:05, 12:04. We'll break for lunch and we'll come back at 1:05. Let's see.
Check 1, 2. 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 Check, check, 1, 2. Seeing if we're translating into online. Let me know. Check 1, 2.
This is a 2-minute warning. This check. Hello? Hello? This is a 2-minute warning. We'll get started in 2 minutes. Hello, everybody. Welcome back from lunch. Before we get started for questions from the public, I think we just wanted to say something about this picture.
Merci to the GWT for asking AI to help capture the story of the fishing bear. That's the picture that is on the slide right now.
Okay, this is an opportunity for members of the public to ask questions to any party at the table. Ryan's there with the microphone. If you want to ask a question, just raise your hand.
Where would you like to sit at the table? You want to sit here? You can stay here if you want, Jane. Whatever you want. Sure, yeah. Okay, we're just going to slide Jane in here for a second at the table. Oh, sorry.
And just remember to state your name for the record. Let's see.
Would you like to use this mic, Jane?
Okay, thank you for giving me an opportunity. First, I want to say thank you to all the elders and to everybody that's here. Listening for the last 2 days, I heard about, this is very important. It's a serious issue. It's a serious concern for our Tlicho nations. My name is Jane Wayalen Armstrong, and I'm a Tlicho citizen, and I was born and raised in Bichiko. And I grew up with my mom and dad, and especially all my aunties and uncles. They talked about Whatì, because that's where they were raised. So I know that my family members, even I have an uncle over there who was raised by my grandpa, so he is my uncle, and I have a cousin who's an interpreter. They heard the same thing. They heard about Whatì, where they were raised, and they raised some of their children. They talk about the abundance of country food, where it's good for hunting, trapping, fishing, and some of them, they live there. I know my grandparents, my family, my grandpa and his kids lived there all year round until summer. That I know of because I heard it many times, and my cousins, they heard that many times too. They never said anything about not having anything, of the country food. So I know that it's a good place that I heard a lot of stories. Even my siblings, they heard a lot of stories about the Whatì. So that's why it's really important for all of us, for a lot of us. We may not be going there every day or every year like our parents did, but the stories that they've told us, it's still with us. And now we're trying to pass that on to our younger generations, and let them know their roots. So that's why Whatì is very important to us. And I know that there's a lot of people that have a really serious concerns about it. So that's why I want to talk and ask the questions, because since I've been here, I heard about upstream, downstream, water flow, water quality, water quantity, withdrawal, security, climate change, global warming, all that will have an impact, and it will affect all the living organisms that lives in the water, and on the land, because we grew up with having country food all the time, So those are very important to us. And I know that some of our elders, some of them, they go to meetings. They don't like eating the Western food, so they have to go to people's house or go to family's house, or when they're in a meeting to have their country food, or even some of them, when they go south, they carry their country food. So that's why I'm saying that so all of it will have an impact. So that's what I heard for the last 2 days. And water treatment. Once water is treated, we know that it's going to be treated forever. It's always going to be treated. That I am aware, I know of, because I've been to quite a few an abandoned mine or visiting other jurisdictions, and this is what they told us, that once water is treated, it's always going to be treated. So that's why I want to ask NICO here, because according to this site-specific water quality objective, there's 15 chemicals that's going to be used for processing. And 15 of them, there's 3 the arsenic and mercury and sulfate, is that, and I know that I'm not a scientist, but I do respect the scientists and the doctors because they are researchers. They're specialized in their field, so they know what they're talking about, they know what they're doing. And sometimes I know listening, because it's too technical, sometimes it is intimidating, and it's intimidating for some people to ask, to talk, because it is too technical for a lot of them. So, and I do appreciate the interpreters because they're doing their best, and because that's why I hear about, the terminology. They have their own workshop on all the subjects, even for the medical. So I really do appreciate the interpreters for what they're doing, and I do appreciate the elders, because for us, we've been told many times, and we've been hearing from elders and others. Elders are scientists. We heard that statement many times, and that is really true, versus the Western scientists. But they do go hand in hand. They do work together. If they work together, we know that we're going to go a long ways. We will make an effort. We will make progress. That's, I meant to say progress. So a lot of things can be done that way, and that's why I'm glad that the groups that are here to help each other. With that in mind here, there's 15 chemicals, and the 3 that I mentioned. I just wanted to ask the NICO. So I know that, giant mine, we all know about the history of the giant mine. So giant mine, there's 300,000 tons of arsenic, highly toxic arsenic that's sitting in the underground. So what I heard from others before was that 1 teaspoon go into the Great Slave Lake, it will affect all the surrounding areas. This is what we were told. So with that in mind, the arsenic that they're going to be using to process the NICO mine, I just want to ask Fortune Minerals, how are they going to treat how are they going to treat the arsenic in this manner? Because I don't think we want to repeat what Giant Mine has done, and I'm not against that development. Okay, I'm for that development because we know that our younger generation needs jobs. We're doing this for the future generation, but and I know that there's a lot of concerns, a lot of elders. They would like to see this done right, So, and that's why it's taking Fortune Minerals a long time. I think they've been discussing this since the 90s, and there's always a challenges. Now it's an investment. So I just wanted to ask them, how is the NICO mine going to be how they're going to treat the arsenic and all these other toxic, like the mercury and sulfate? Thank you.
Fortune Minerals.
Rick Schreier, Fortune Minerals. Thank you very much for your question. You brought up a number of subjects, so I'll try to address them the best I can. There is a lot of naturally occurring arsenic at the site. That's part of the minerals that, it's all associated together. We don't use arsenic in our process. Arsenic comes from the rocks that we mine and water that washes over them, right? And so to prevent harm for the environment, we have a special place called the co-disposal facility where we are storing that waste rock and the tailings, and we collect all the water from that so it doesn't go into the environment. And then a portion of that water gets reused in the process, and then a portion goes to the effluent treatment facility. At the effluent treatment facility, we're using a process called reverse osmosis, which is basically the best water quality treatment you can have. It presses out the metals out of the water. So it takes out the arsenic. We don't really have any mercury, but we have arsenic, we have selenium, we have other different metals in the water that need to be removed. Reverse osmosis takes out all of those metals, so that when the water that we release into the environment is safe, right? It's safe water to release. That watershed starts in Peanut Lake, that is monitored, right? That's going to be part of our aquatic effects monitoring program. We'll monitor all the way downstream to make sure that that water quality is safe, but it has to be safe leaving the pipe. From the effluent treatment plant, it has to meet the criteria at the end of pipe, is what it's called. So any arsenic in that water gets taken out, okay? And so, yeah, so we have a very efficient water treatment process. We don't have huge effluent volumes, which is great. And all of this is going to be continuously monitored over the life of the mine site to make sure that there is no contamination downstream in the environment. I hope that answers your question.
Okay.
Yeah, Jeannie.
Okay, thank you. Yes, that does answer some, and yeah, this is a natural occurring, he said. So it's, it may be natural occurring, and I know it's really technical to understand, but with the water flow and the contaminations, that. And I know you're trying to minimize, but it's still a concern, even though, because we can't take it lightly. It's like everything that goes on our land. I know it's a serious concern for us because NICO is right on Tlicho land. It's within that, and then you have to go through Tlicho land. That's why I think it's a serious concern. It's an issue that not, like only us, it's a lot of people are worried about it. Like we know that in NWT, there's like over 80 abandoned mines. We know that. And then I know, and there's a lot of other ones too. So now that you said that, because, and we're talking about downstream, so it's going down. It's going to meet up with the Marion River. It's not just only from NICO that's going to be doing it. There's also the Ray Rock mine. Because I went on a canoe trip last year, and we were told by the elders that, and one of the board was there too, told us, when we got to a certain area, they said not to consume water from this area. So we didn't. So we just, like paddle along. So that's where that's going to meet up. And then, so when that happens, so it goes down. It goes to Marion Lake, and then that's the water that we use. And I know that lately, we've been hearing, and we know a lot of our people are getting sick. I'm not saying that it's coming from, but, there's a lot of factors. But 20, 30 years later, it's slowly creeping, not creeping, but it's slowly catching up to people, and it's beyond our control. So I know that a lot of elders have said it before too, where it could be from the Ray Rock mine because the water flows into Bichiko, and they're worried about it, like how safe is the water? Because it's going to go to us and it's going to sit, and that's the one that we use. And because I see here that you're using chloride to treat the water. In Bichiko too, I know that they do that to kill the bacteria so that we can consume, to make it, for consumable. So it's just, it's a serious issue. It's a serious issue. I know it's not going to happen tomorrow, but maybe later on. So what kind of health impact it's going to have on our people later on? Thank you.
Fortune Minerals.
Rich Fryer, Fortune Minerals. As I stated, well, first of all, nobody is allowed to build a mine like Ray Rock was built. Okay, that's never going to happen again, because Violet would come and beat me up. So there's no way that you can build a mine like that anymore. It's just not possible given the regulatory system we have in place. In terms of human health, we're confident that the water that we'll be releasing will not cause any concerns to human health. The levels of metals and any potential other chemicals will be well below drinking water quality guidelines, and that'll be monitored on a continuous basis to make sure that that doesn't change. So we're not expecting, I don't know what's coming out of Rayrock. I have no idea. I've never seen a report, but I know that our effluent will be safe. So I know that any combined effect with Rayrock, ours will be zero. We'll add zero to whatever's coming out of Rayrock. Just because we know what we're going to discharge, we know exactly what we're going to discharge, we know it's going to be safe for human health. I mean, I'd drink the water out of Peanut Lake if I had to. It wouldn't bother me, because I know it would make the water is safe to drink. So I wouldn't drink it out of Burke Lake. It's too swampy.
Jenny.
Okay, thank you. I'm glad you said you can drink the water out of that lake, because I've been sitting here for the last 2 days and looking around, and I see these water bottles here, and nobody is drinking from these water bottles. I'm just wondering, is it because they know where it came from and how it was processed? Like, why? Like, all of them, it's all full, and I don't think it's been sitting there like that. Yesterday was just one, so today it's two. And I'm drinking out of the cup from the tap, and I think these are more safer. That's what we were told by the water treatment plant operator. The water from your local tap, it's more safer than these water bottles. That's what we were told. So I just assume that, like you guys and the scientists over there, they all have two. It's been sitting there since yesterday. So they're not using it. So I think there's a lot of things that you guys know that we don't know. But it's good, if we continue working together, we will go a long ways, and we can, teach each other, and which you guys have been doing, and then, working with our elders, which is really good. So that's all I have to say. It's more of a comment. Thank you.
Masicho Jenny. The floor is open for any more questions from the public.
Cái gì nó còn là nó hiểu cái gì现在跟花其他这些fancy 是一样的，如果这些它个是它大这样的，人家是开始呢，这个是大的个一下子给大的，我给送。So, asya dunga dedi na kezege, na hiko. Hazun ke tsalun gastian tsa kuyahti hule. Asiko tsa asna tsa kungasti hule. Hani gastian hiko ho, masyahti le hund. 인내 전화하고 것이 그거 해야 치라는데 제가 그렇게 치아도 지시 1960 그 얘기다 애니 하트를 Esa fue ni hai thui I una tile. Na kino kuna fi zahne. Kuchi an hat ko. Akshi ek ashi kino to kione. Huge ja te huge isla kino kuna fi zah. Es un kiki kuna ella du she kuna fi. Ayi hong ayi 중나디 좋습니다. 치한 소수 이거 뭐지 는 하수는 제일 찾는 거 알아. 이제 제 사태다 부활가다고 있는 발 하수 눈호 채나 눈에 와다 거기 쾌르야지까지 저거지. 이 사주와야 치ላለ로 그 이것과 혼자 와서 나한테 그렇게 아이 하이치아시 그것이 완료네. 뭔가 뜻이 다른 아시아사원들이 아신다 하나 그들다 훈계 같듯이 이것도 후조 아시 그것이 아시면 그래서 이 누가 라기 대시 예 인자게 지게는 사과에 다 그게 그치 않은 진리게 신 이것이 중기 하되 리베 아디 지미 아디 산이 아디 하루는 따로 진리가 라긴다 이것이 사절달래 이 아니시아서 그따고 중가 신다 하나 그다 훈계 하는 거 같듯이 그거는 제가 같은 맛이 해용现在大家下去过来的还是都还是맛이
Mr. Cho, are there any more questions from the public? I don't see any more questions or from the public, so we'll continue on with our agenda. I'd like to thank everybody for their comments and questions. Appreciate it. We'll move on to YKDFN's presentation.
Matthew Taylor, Yellowknives Dene First Nation. Zetani ke huizi, Matthew Taylor, Sie, Aidsong Rachel Lewis, Wie. Good afternoon, my name is Matthew Taylor, and this is Rachel Lewis. We are presenting this intervention on behalf of the Yellowknives Dene First Nation. We will be discussing engagement and consultation, the water and wastewater management plan, the aquatic effects management plan, and the conceptual closure and reclamation plan. In this portion of the presentation, we will be addressing caribou, downstream effects, and limited historical consultation. On the right side of the screen is a map of Chief Dry Geese territory, which is the territory of the Yellowknives Dene. Although the mine lies on Tlicho land and outside of Chief Dry Geese territory, YKDFN does have some concerns about negative impacts from the mine crossing over from Tlicho land and into Chief Dry Geese territory. Let's talk about caribou. Caribou protection is very important to YKDFN members. Caribou are highly mobile. They move around a lot. As you can see on the map on the left, the Bathurst Caribou Range extends across large portions of both Tlicho land and Chief Dragi's territory. For example, if the mine makes caribou sick, those caribou can travel from where the mine is into Chief Dragi's territory. Since caribou are a critical country food source for YKDFN members, and those members often hunt in Chief Dragi's territory, anything that negatively impacts caribou health or caribou populations could put members' health, well-being, and food security at risk. Next, I'll talk about downstream effects. So the mine is located in the Marion River drainage, which eventually drains into the north arm of Great Slave Lake, as is seen in the map on the right. Any negative effects to water quality downstream of the mine are likely to be addressed well before they reach the long arm, and the north arm, and certainly before they reach Chief Dragi's territory. However, while the chances of a major event affecting water quality are low, they do exist. And one of YKDFN's priorities is to minimize risk to ensure the health of Great Slave Lake. Now talking about limited historical consultation. So we acknowledge that the past cannot be changed, but the future can. We also understand that the mine is on Tlicho land and not in Chief Dragi's territory. And so it makes sense that the Tlicho have been involved much more with engagement and decision-making than YKDFN has. We respect the relationship that the Tlicho and Fortune have and are not trying to interfere in it. Just like the Tlicho want to protect their lands, YKDFN wants to protect Chief Dragi's territory. We feel that our concern about limited historical consultation has been addressed by Fortune in yesterday's question period, and we look forward to our staff and YKDFN members meeting with them and working together productively.
Rachel Lewis with YKDFN. While the Water and Wastewater Management Plan outlines intended water routing, treatment infrastructure, and closure concepts, it defers critical quantitative information required to assess system reliability, environmental protection, and long-term closure risks. Key missing elements include detailed daily and monthly water balances, groundwater monitoring design, treatment performance verification, system failure evaluation, and closure performance commitments. The next few slides highlight some of our comments and recommendations regarding the Water and Wastewater Management Plan. These comments and recommendations can be found in YKDFN's intervention, so I'm going to skip reading them directly off the slides. The plan's reliance on active pumping and conditional closure treatment introduces credible risk, particularly for receiving waters such as Peanut Lake and NICO Lake. Without clearer performance commitments, predictive monitoring thresholds, and defined long-term treatment obligations, it is difficult for communities to assess whether lake health, cultural values, and confidence in traditional foods and waters will be protected for future generations. Until these deficiencies are addressed, the Water and Wastewater Management Plan cannot be considered technically mature or sufficient to demonstrate consistent protection of the receiving environment, community interests, or indigenous land use.
Matthew Taylor, Yellowknives Dene First Nation. We acknowledge that Fortune is reviewing and considering YKDFN recommendations prior to developing the next version of the Aquatic Effects Management Plan design plan, as noted in their response and their intervention. As such, we feel that YKDFN concerns have been heard and will be addressed, and it is not necessary to further discuss any of the YKDFN recommendations on the Aquatic Effects Management Plan in this presentation. So.
Rachel Lewis, YKDFN. In its current form, the conceptual closure and reclamation plan partially aligns with closure guidelines and industry best practices, but it remains conceptual rather than closure ready. Substantial additional work is required to quantify closure objectives, reduce uncertainty, strengthen water and geochemical risk management, and ensure that closure outcomes are protective of Indigenous rights and future generations. The next few slides highlight some of our comments and recommendations regarding the conceptual closure and reclamation plan. As I said earlier, these comments and recommendations can be found in YKDFN's intervention, so I'm going to skip over reading them directly from the slides. The plan should include more robust predictive modeling and a structured treatment framework to address uncertainties regarding long-term pit water quality. There should also be an active wildlife management plan to effectively mitigate ecological risks. The plan should add a post-flooding monitoring program and additional upgradient wells to track water chemistry and groundwater interactions. It should also require field-scale evidence and winter operability assessments to prove the effectiveness of proposed passive treatment systems. The most significant weaknesses related to unresolved assumptions, qualitative closure criteria, and uncertainty around long-term water treatment and geochemical performance. Groundwater protection and geochemical risk should be revisited. The plan anticipates that water quality will improve over time such that active systems can be decommissioned and passive treatment abandoned, but it does not yet provide sufficient evidence to demonstrate that this trajectory is realistic for a site with known metal leaching risks and naturally elevated arsenic.
Matthew Taylor, Yellowknives Dene First Nation. As Rachel mentioned, these comments and recommendations can be found in YKDFN's intervention, so I'm also going to skip over reading them directly off the slides. Overall, the conceptual closure and reclamation plan does not adequately translate Indigenous land use concerns into closure criteria or define a co-developed framework for Indigenous participation in monitoring, decision-making, and closure verification. The plan does adopt appropriate high-level closure principles. However, the conceptual closure and reclamation plan is not yet sufficiently developed to demonstrate that these outcomes are achievable, measurable, or enforceable under northern conditions and long-term climate variability. Similar comment for this slide as well. The most significant weaknesses relate to unresolved assumptions, qualitative closure criteria, and uncertainty around long-term water treatment and geochemical performance. And that's discussed in this series of recommendations as well. We recognize that once the project proceeds, there will be a lot of opportunities to contribute to and refine the closure and reclamation plan. For all of the management plans, many of YKDFN's recommendations boil down to engaging with Fortune and contributing to these management plans. As you can see from our recommendations, YKDFN has a lot to contribute. We actually cut about half of them from the intervention from this slide, so we had a lot more. As such, we thank Fortune for committing to meeting with YKDFN. We look forward to our staff and YKDFN members meeting with them and working together productively. We also look forward to developing a positive working relationship with our neighbors, the Tlicho, when it comes to this mine. Masicho.
Mr. YKDFN for your presentation. We'll now move on to the question period. Fortune Minerals, do you have any questions for YKDFN?
Rick Schreier, Fortune Minerals. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't have any questions. I just want to make sure that our comment that we have all your comments, and we look forward to working with you on addressing a lot of them. I think a lot of what you're bringing up, especially on the closure plan, will be developed in the interim closure plan, the next level of closure planning. So I think we can address a lot of your concerns, and the same ones on the ETF and the management plans. I think that all that's going to come together in the next generation of these plans. So look forward to working with you. Thank you.
Masicho, Fortune Minerals, Tlicho Government, do you have any questions for any First Nations?
Mr. Chairman, Violet Camps of London, Lands Regulatory Department of Tlicho Government, we have no questions.
Masicho. North Slave Métis Alliance, do you have any questions for YKDFN?
Monica Walker, North Slave Métis Alliance. We appreciate the presentation, but have no questions at this time.
Masicho. GNWT ECC, do you have any questions for YKDFN?
Lee Ross, GNWT. No, at this time we don't have any questions for them. Thank you for the presentation, though.
Masicho. Department of Fisheries and Oceans, do you have any questions for YKDFN?
Tatiana Leclerc, DFO, no questions from us. Thank you.
Okay. ECCC, do you have any questions for YKDFN?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Russell Wykes, Environment and Climate Change Canada. Thank you very much for your presentation. We have no questions at this time.
Masicho. Now we're moving on to members of the public. Does anybody have questions for YKDFN, starting from in person? I don't see any questions. I'll ask anyone if there's anyone virtual that have any questions for YKDFN. I don't see any questions. Moving on to board staff and legal counsel. Does board staff have any questions for your YKDFN?
Brenda Van Houwer, board staff. Thank you for your presentations. We don't have any question at this time.
Masicho. The board does not have any questions, but we would like to thank you for your presentation. Masicho. We'll now move on to North Slave Métis Alliance. It's time, NSMA, we have your presentation. Masicho.
Great. My name is Monica Walker. I'm acting as the environment manager with the North Slave Métis Alliance. I thank you for the opportunity to speak today, and I look to go through my presentation as quickly as possible, knowing that everybody has spent much time here. So the North Slave Métis Alliance represents a distinct constituency of Section 35 Aboriginal rights holders and a Métis community of the Great Slave Lake area. NSMA members possess and exercise constitutionally protected Métis rights in the vicinity of the NICO mine. The NICO mine will adversely affect NSMA's members' ability to exercise their Métis rights. Next slide. Our summary of concerns mostly relate to a lack of engagement, and so the engagement record that is outlined on the board website does not include all of the required components and doesn't demonstrate meaningful effort to respond to NSMA's concerns. We feel that Fortune's engagement plan is also deficient. We feel that it was developed without NSMA input, and we feel that there was no process for NSMA to raise concerns in the development. Next slide, please. The deficiency in the engagement record mostly relate to the exclusion of an entire engagement summary, an incomplete engagement log. And the result of this is the board has insufficient information to assess if meaningful consultation with NSMA has been carried out. The engagement record is intended to be a comprehensive record, providing the board with evidence of the engagement activities that the proponent has engaged in, the key concerns raised by consulting groups, proposed changes to accommodate those concerns, and any outstanding concerns. Engagements records must include both an engagement summary and an engagement log. The exclusion of the engagement summary is important as it details the outcome of the engagement that affected groups and documents and their unresolved concerns. As this has not been included, the board has no evidence of the outcomes of Fortune's engagement with NSMA. Incomplete engagement log. The engagement log does not detail the issues raised by NSMA, the recommendations made by NSMA, Fortune's response to any of these issues, or an indication of whether the issues were resolved or unresolved. It also does not reflect any changes were made to the project as a result of engagement activities, and all information required to be included in the engagement log. So recommendation 1, Fortune should be required to submit an engagement record that includes engagement summary and engagement log that meets the specifications established in the policy and guidelines. Next slide. Correcting the engagement log. In 2011, Fortune confirmed in a letter to NSMA that they had committed to negotiating a memorandum of understanding with NSMA. The purpose of this MOU was to lay a groundwork towards an impact benefit agreement. Fortune repeatedly reneged on commitments to negotiate an agreement with NSMA. In 2011, Fortune said negotiations with NSMA would have to wait until they negotiated an IBA with Tlicho and had NSMA's traditional knowledge study. NSMA completed a traditional knowledge study in 2012, but negotiations did not commence. In 2022, Fortune said they were not in a position to negotiate an IBA due to financing. In 2025, Fortune and negotiations on an IBA would have to wait until they had hired a vice president of business development. Next slide, please. Bad faith engagement does not meet the board standards for meaningful engagement. The board uses the Land and Water Boards of the Mackenzie Valley Engagement and Consultation Policy and the Land and Water Boards of the Mackenzie Valley Engagement Guidelines. The policy and guidelines require good faith negotiation, the proponent to respond to NSMA's concerns, the proponent to try and build a positive and reciprocal relationship with NSMA. The history of bad faith engagement indicates that these requirements have not been met. Bad faith engagement is no assistance to the Crown to satisfy the duty to consult. NSMA has an exceptionally strong claim to Aboriginal claim in the area of the NICO mine. As a result, the Crown's duty to consult falls on the deep end of the consultation spectrum, which requires accommodation of NSMA's concerns. Fortune has taken no steps to respond to NSMA's concern, and as such, Fortune's engagement is of no assistance to the Crown. It may actually heighten the Crown's duty to consult. It may actually heighten the duties to consult with NSMA. NSMA has not raised these concerns before. Although NSMA has not raised these concerns about the engagement plan and record documents before, NSMA has consistently raised concerns with Fortune's engagement, which is evidenced by NSMA's consistent requesting of meetings and an IBA from Fortune. Recommendation number 2, Fortune should be required to engage in a good faith with NSMA to develop an engagement record that is acceptable to the board. Next slide, please. The engagement plan is required to be developed in collaboration with affected parties. We need to detail unresolved concerns of Aboriginal groups arising from consultation and how and when these concerns will be addressed during the lifetime of the project. Next slide, please. The result is that the board has no knowledge of Fortune's plans to address NSMA's concerns. NSMA and Fortune have no process to develop measures to protect Métis rights, and NSMA has no assurance that Fortune is interested in protecting Métis rights. Next slide, please. Recommendation number 3, Fortune should be required to submit an engagement plan drafted in collaboration with NSMA that includes a mechanism for affected parties to raise concerns and specifies NSMA's concerns and how these concerns will be addressed by Fortune. I thank you for the time and I welcome questions.
Message show North Slave Métis Alliance for your presentation. We'll now move on to the question period, starting with Fortune. Fortune, do you have any questions?
Rick Schreier, Fortune Minerals. I understand the North Slave Métis concerns, but we have made good faith efforts to try to engage. Recently, we had a really good conversation on March 24th, where we had 19 members of the North Slave Métis Alliance on the phone. We had a project update, and we had the discussion on several topics, including the participation agreement, employment, and a variety of other topics. And we look forward to having further discussions down the road as well. So I don't have a question at this time, apart from the fact that we will continue our engagement efforts with the North Slave Métis Alliance to address their concerns. So, moving forward, we would like to see more contact between our two groups, and we look forward to addressing any of the concerns they may have. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Cho. Move on to Tlicho Government. Do you have any questions for North Slave Métis Alliance?
Tlicho Government, Violet Council Blondin. We have no question, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Cho. YKDFN, do you have any questions?
Matthew Taylor, Yellowknives Dene First Nation. Thank you very much, Monica, for your presentation on behalf of the North Slave Métis Alliance. YKDFN has no questions at this time. Merci.
Mr. Cho, GNWT ECCC, do you have any questions?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the presentation. We have no questions at this time. Thank you.
Department of Fisheries and Oceans, do you have any questions?
Tatiana Leclerc with DFO. Thanks for the presentation. No questions from us. Thank you.
Environment Canada, do you have any questions?
Russell Wykes, Environment and Climate Change Canada. Thank you very much for your presentation. We have no questions at this time.
Mr. Cho, are there any members of the public who have questions for North Slave Métis Alliance? I don't see anything. We'll check online virtually. There are no questions online. We will now move on to board staff and legal counsel. Does board staff Any questions for NSMA?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Senator Francis, board staff. Just one question for NSMA. Are there concerns that NSMA shared with Fortune or outstanding concerns that weren't reflected in the engagement record that haven't been included in NSMA's intervention before the board? If so, can NSMA share those with the board?
NSMA?
Monica Walker with NSMA. It is my understanding that there are 3 pieces that are missing from the consultation record, and we are happy to share those again.
Board staff?
Merci, Cassandra, board staff. Would you prefer to share those now or through the undertakings, Monica? Merci.
NSMA?
Monica Walker, NSMA. We'd prefer to share that through the undertaking.
Board staff?
Board staff, Cassandra Francis, thank you. We will record that as an undertaking. And no more questions from board staff.
All right, Mr. Cho, board staff, the board does not have any questions. I'd like to thank you for your presentation, North Lake Métis Alliance. Merci, Cho. We'll now move on to Department of Fisheries and Oceans for your presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Tatiana Leclerc, and I'm a senior biologist with DFO's Fish and Fish Habitat Protection Program. Is that good? The sound, is it fine? Yeah? Okay. With me is Sarah Pakazdi.
Just a moment. I think we have to pull up your presentation.
Oh. Oh, wait. What? I say next slide. Are you clicking or she's clicking? Oh, you have the click. I'd like to thank again the YKDFN Land and Water Board for the opportunity to present our comments and recommendations, which will focus on potential impacts to fish and fish habitat. During this presentation, I will provide an overview of our mandate and applicable legislation, of our assessment and recommendations relating to water withdrawal in water construction, blasting, and the grid ponds, and of DFO's conclusions. Then I will answer any questions or listen to comments. The mandate of the Fish and Fish Habitat Protection Program is to protect all fish and fish habitat in Canada. We ensure that projects in or near water follow the requirements of the Fisheries Act and the Species at Risk Act. The Fisheries Act prohibits the death of fish and harmful impacts to fish habitat. A project can still move ahead even if it's expected to cause some fish mortality or affect fish habitat if it receives a Fisheries Act authorization. The authorizations include conditions the proponent must follow, for example, requirements to offset any loss of fish or fish habitat, so the overall productivity is maintained. Next. Let's just skip this slide, please. We would like to note that Fortune has submitted a request for review to DFO that covers the all-season road crossings, the intake and diffuser structure, and the Lou Lake water withdrawal. As part of this review, DFO will assess potential impacts to fish habitat and provide guidance on how those impacts can be avoided or reduced. If after the assessment, harmful impacts to fish and fish habitat cannot be addressed, the project may need a Fisheries Act authorization. If the authorization is required, DFO would consult with potentially affected indigenous groups as part of the process. Any issues that cannot be fully resolved through the board's process can continue to be addressed through a regulatory review. Next slide, please. Our first comment is on Blue Lake water withdrawal. Fortune proposes increasing Blue Lake annual water withdrawal from 235,000 cubic meters per year to 4,000 cubic meters per year to supply water for the processing plant, fire suppression, and camp. That amount is about 4% of under ice lake volume and 3% of total lake volume. Next, please. Blue Lake provides spawning, rearing, feeding, and refugee habitat for many fish species, including northern pike, lake whitefish, cisco, and walleye. Water withdrawal can lower water levels, which can reduce under ice dissolved oxygen, shrink overwintering and littoral habitat, change outflow and downstream conditions, and increase risk of fish stranding. Also, pumping can cause the death of fish through entrainment. That's when fish are drawn into a water intake. And impingement, which is when fish get trapped on the screen. So as it has been mentioned earlier during this hearing, Fortune has committed to meeting DFO's under ice withdrawal guideline, meaning that they plan to withdraw less than 10% of the available under ice volume. That said, our guidance has its gaps. It was developed specifically for winter conditions and doesn't consider what happens during open water periods. How those changes could influence outflow or downstream conditions. It also doesn't address fish stranding risks caused by reductions in water levels. To address those gaps, DFO is recommending that Fortune first provide supporting information showing that the increased water withdrawal won't lead to the impacts we just mentioned. And I want to note that Fortune did commit earlier today during the response to Tlicho Government that they would provide the supporting information. Second, we recommend that Fortune monitor water withdrawal activities at the Blue Lake shoreline and outlet to confirm that pumping does not cause unintended disturbances. And Fortune again did mention yesterday that they would conduct monitoring. However, we would like to know a bit more about what type of monitoring and the frequency of the monitoring and how those results would be shared with everyone. And last, we recommend that Fortune establish contingency measures such as reducing withdrawal rates if monitoring shows unexpected negative impacts to fish and fish habitat. For entrainment and impingement, we have no recommendations as Fortune would follow our screen intake guidance. Now for water withdrawal at the Marion River. As mentioned earlier, Fortune proposes to fill the open pit with the water from Marion River. That would happen during a 12-year period. There would be a pumping station constructed at the Marion River, and the water withdrawals would not exceed 5% of mean monthly flows, capped at 200 liters per second. The Marion River provides important spawning, migration, and residence habitat for fish, including northern pike, lake whitefish, burbot, and grayling. It is also an important waterway for indigenous groups, supporting travel, fishing, and land-based activities. Any impacts to the river could directly affect use of the area. Water withdrawal from streams can lower water levels and that can reduce fish habitat, form barriers to migration. That's restricting fish movements upstream and downstream, and can also increase risk of fish stranding. Also, as mentioned earlier, pumping water can cause the death of fish through entrainment and impeachment. Fortune did commit to keeping withdrawals below 5% of mean monthly flows, capped at 200 liters per second. For comparison, DFO recommends withdrawing less than 10% of instantaneous flow and avoiding reducing flows to below 30% of the mean annual discharge. And that is to reduce the risk of impacts to fisheries. Our concern here, and it was brought up by the board during their questioning yesterday of Fortune Minerals presentation. So the concern here is that withdrawing 5% of the monthly mean, as Fortune proposes, could exceed 10% of the actual instantaneous flow, as the instantaneous flow can be much lower than the monthly mean. No evidence was provided to show that withdrawals would consistently remain below 10% of instantaneous flow and not result in reducing flow below 30% of the mean annual discharge. And even if those thresholds are met, we think that further modeling is still needed. We don't have a clear picture of how withdrawals impact habitat availability or fish movement during dry years. Next, please. We also identified some additional gaps. First, they're working? First, no information was provided on the pumping structure itself. Second, there were no monitoring plans or contingency measures proposed to address low flow conditions or unexpected impacts. And third, DFO's fish screen guidance only applies to flow rates below 150 liters per second, while the proposed withdrawal rate of 200 liters per second is outside the range covered by that guidance. To respond to these gaps, DFO recommends that Fortune conduct modeling to assess how the proposed reduction in flows would affect depth, velocities, and wetted areas in the Marion River, and whether these changes could create barriers to fish migration or result in the loss of habitat. Second, that Fortune implement field monitoring during future withdrawal periods to confirm that model changes reflect real conditions. Third, that they establish contingency measures, such as reducing withdrawal rates if monitoring shows adverse effects to fish or fish habitat. I want to note here that Fortune did mention one of the contingency measures would be to withdraw water from Blue Lake. Okay, fourth, to confirm that fish screening requirements are met for withdrawal rates exceeding 150 liters per second, and to provide specifications for the pumping station, including intake footprint and screen dimensions. We recognize that some of this can be better addressed as the mining nears closure as part of the final closure and reclamation plan. We also recognize that Fortune will share the simulation of pit filling report, and that may respond to that first question, that first recommendation we had. Thanks. Okay. Now we can discuss in water construction. The freshwater intake in Blue Lake would have a total footprint of approximately 183 meters per square meters. For the discharge of treated water, a diffuser system would be installed in Peanut Lake, resulting in a footprint of around 108 square meters. The construction of the intake and outflow will alter littoral habitat that supports fish spawning, rearing, feeding, and refugee. Those impacts associated with the intake and diffuser will be evaluated through DFO's regulatory review process. At this time, DFO does not anticipate major issues arising. As mentioned earlier, if we do assess that harmful impacts to fish and fish habitat cannot fully mitigated, a Fisheries Act authorization may be required. Blasting was proposed to be used during mining and for site construction. Blasting close to or in aquatic environments can harm fish by rupturing the swim bladder, damaging internal organs, and affecting incubating eggs. The use of explosive can also cause physical and chemical alterations to fish habitat. DFO's guidance is that blasting should stay below 50 kilopascals for overpressure and 13 millimeters per second particle velocity to protect fish and incubating eggs. Fortune's explosive management plan originally referenced a higher overpressure threshold of 100 kilopascals. Following the technical session, Fortune committed to meeting DFO's thresholds, and that's IR 13. At the same time, to fully support Fortune's conclusion, we're looking for a bit more detail to demonstrate that blasting activities will remain protective of fish and eggs. DFO recommends that Fortune provide an updated explosive management plan adopting the 50 kPa overpressure threshold, 2, modeling to demonstrate expected overpressures and ground vibrations at the nearest water bodies, and 3rd, if modeling shows that potential to approach or exceed the recommended thresholds, some additional information such as setback distances, mitigation measures, monitoring plans, and contingency measures. Now for the grid ponds. The grid pond and little grid pond are 2 small water bodies that would be lost during the construction of the co-disposal facility. Based on previous assessments, like during the EA and fish sampling programs, these ponds are unlikely to support fish, and as a result, DFO has no recommendations regarding the grid ponds. As a conclusion, DFO will continue working closely with Fortune and other partners to identify and address any concerns related to fish and fish habitat, and to help guide the proponent through DFO's regulatory process. DFO will stay engaged in the water license process to ensure that any project elements with the potential to affect fish or fish habitat are carefully reviewed. Thank you. Now I can respond to any questions or listen to comments.
Mr. Cho, DFO. We're going to open up a question period, starting with Fortune Minerals.
Rick Schreier, Fortune Minerals. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. How long has the DFO water withdrawal guideline been in effect in Canada?
DFO.
DFO, Tatiana Leclerc. I don't know for Canada. I know there was the northern one that we usually use in the north. That is from 2010. Before that, it was from 2005.
Fortune.
Rick Schreier, Fortune Minerals, thank you. Are you aware of any issues that have arisen from using that guideline for water withdrawal?
DFO.
Tatiana Leclerc with DFO. We're starting to see that the water withdrawal guidance may not be enough. And we are starting to want to have a more comprehensive guideline, and we're working on it right now.
Fortune.
Rick Schreier, Fortune Minerals. I don't have a question, but I do have a comment I think people should be aware of. In the environmental assessment, measure number 5, requested by the board, called for Fortune Minerals to flood the open pit within 8 to 14 years after closure. This is where the pumping numbers come from, is to meet that schedule from the Marion River. So the 5% monthly mean, or the 200 liters per second, that's where that comes from. It's to meet the timeline set by the review board in terms of flooding the open pit. And my solution to that has been, as I've stated earlier, that if water levels are too low in the Marion River, that we should strongly consider pumping water from Lou Lake to supplement that so that we're not taking too much water out of the Marion River. Thank you.
Message show. Moving on to Tlicho Government. Do you have any questions for DFO?
Violet, Council Blondin, Tlicho Government. We have no question at the time, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Joe. Moving on to YKDFN. Do you have any questions?
Matthew Taylor, Yellowknives Dene First Nation. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, DFO, for your presentation. We have no questions or comments at this time.
Mr. Cho, North Slave Métis Alliance. Do you have any questions?
Monica Walker, North Slave Métis Alliance. We thank DFO greatly for their presentation and have no questions.
Mr. Cho, GNWT, ECCC. Do you have any questions?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Rick Waldron, GNWT. I just have a couple of questions, as the winter water protocol is very near and dear to my heart. Yeah, so you're correct there that the protocol was updated in 2010. That's when it went up to 10% from 5%. And I believe in that update, water courses were also removed from the protocol. The instantaneous flow was in the previous one, and then it was removed. But there was a separate guidance for instantaneous flow. But my question is, I don't see those on the DFO websites anymore. I wasn't sure if DFO were still endorsing them. And that's the reason GNWT and the boards actually worked together a few years ago to come up with a method for water source calculation. So the boards had some guidance. So you did say they were being updated, but I was just wondering if you confirm whether or not DFO still has guidance about water withdrawal for lakes and or water courses. And if you don't have physical documents, are you still generally supporting those 10% volume and 10% instantaneous flow? Thank you.
DFO.
Tatiana Leclerc, DFO. So those guidances are not national, and that is why they're not shared in the DFO website. We do still use them, we do still follow them, but we are trying to supplement them. We're trying to add some extra guidelines and to assemble them. So, can you remind me what the second part of your question was? Oh yeah, if we're still planning on having an actual guidance. So I don't know if you're aware, but DFO just built their Arctic region. So we're the Arctic region, and we're separated, not separated, but we're pretty new. And we're trying to start to build our own guidance, but we do need to share it with national. And we're pushing to have a national guidance that everyone in Canada could follow. So we don't have anything planned for the near future, but hopefully in the next couple of years, we would have a guidance that everyone can share, and it would be a bit more clear for everyone. Thank you.
GNWT.
Rick Waldron, GNWT. As a territorial employee and former federal employee, I can recognize that the government loves to restructure its regions and departments, so I get that. Just one more quick question. this is a new one that just came to mind, but there's been a lot of conversation about Lou Lake. There was an increase of Lou Lake, some discussion about potentially using it for pit filling in future. You mentioned the percentages, which were, I think, 3% and 4%, depending on seasonality, below the 10%. We heard a lot about drought concerns, low water years. I've been working on some legislation stuff that there's been a lot of concern about low water. I guess my question is, and maybe this should have been for Fortune yesterday, but it looks like the bathymetry on Lou Lake was done, I don't know, 15 or 20 years ago, potentially. So I was just wondering if DFO had any thoughts about whether or not that bathymetry was still valid, or if there could be any concerns based on the age of that information. And obviously, if that data is not accurate, then the percentages applied to it there may be additional risk, I guess, to the water body if there was more water when the bathymetry was taken. So just a general question on if you had any concerns with the age of the bathymetry or anything additional that Fortune may need to do to address that if there is a concern. Thank you.
DFO.
Tatiana Leclerc, DFO. That is a great question, and I do think that Fortune should consider that when they provide their modeling for the lake. Thank you.
GNWT.
Rick Walburn, GNWT. Thank you, DFO, for your presentation and your additional information. We have no further questions.
Environment and Climate Change Canada. Do you have any questions?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Russell Wykes, Environment and Climate Change Canada. We have no questions at this time.
Mr. Joe, are there any members of the public in person or virtual who have any questions for Department of Fisheries and Oceans? I don't see any questions. I'll now move it over to board staff. Board staff, do you have any questions?
Brianna Bams, board staff. Does DFO have any concerns or have identified any gaps in the preliminary screening carried out by the YKDFN Land and Water Board?
DFO.
Tatiana Leclerc, DFO. We did not identify any gaps. Thank you.
Board staff.
Rihanna Bams, board staff. Can DFO confirm when the fisheries authorization request for review process will be complete? And can the request for review be completed before the board's process on this proceeding is done?
DFO.
Tatiana Leclerc, DFO. We started our review already. We have been focusing on this, so we're not done yet. But I do expect our review will be done before the end of this water license process.
Board staff.
Oh, sorry, can I add something?
Oh yeah, sorry, DFO.
Tatiana Leclerc, DFO. However, if we did, I think that our request for review and our assessment of the project will be completed before the end of this. But if we determine that a Fisheries Act authorization is required, that may take a bit longer.
Board staff.
Rihanna Bams, board staff. Is DFO of the opinion that its request for review process and potentially fisheries authorization will address any potential impacts to fish and fish habitat?
DFO.
Tatiana Leclerc, DFO, yes.
Board staff.
Brenda Van Howard, board staff. DFO suggested Fortune provide modeling, and with the commitment to meeting the 50 kilopascals, we were wondering if this recommendation still stands, and can DFO clarify whether its suggestions for modeling and additional information is related to the fisheries authorizations, or if these are suggestions for requirements in the water license?
DFO.
DFO Tatiana Leclerc, I'm sorry, I did not understand the question. Can you repeat?
Board staff.
Brenda Van Houwer, board staff. DFO suggested Fortune provide modeling, and Fortune committed to, so we're wondering if they still need the modeling if 50 kilopascals is met.
Tatiana Leclerc, DFO. We just want the modeling to show that those 50 kilopascals and 13 millimeters per second are met.
Board staff.
Brianna Bams, board staff. In DFO's intervention, it recommended submission of an adaptive management plan with respect to pit filling before the CRP is finalized. Does DFO intend that this plan would be a part of the closure and reclamation plan, a separate submission requirement of the license, or a specific DFO request for review submission? And if it's part of this proceeding and this license, should it be for board approval?
DFO.
Tatiana Leclerc, DFO. I'm not completely sure I understood the question, so I'm gonna try to respond anyways. Okay. So, pit filling, I think, can be addressed as part of the closure and reclamation plan, the final one. However, we would still need Fortune to submit a request for review before closure to address the pumping station that would be built in the Marion River, and also the pumping rate and the water withdrawal issues. So I think it can be addressed in the future, and it would have to be something that we work together on. Does that work? Thank you.
Board staff.
Merci, Mr. Chair, Cassandra Francis, board staff. Just back to the blasting there, Tatiana. Can DFO confirm that if the 50 kilopascals is met per the blasting guidelines, does that mean that, or is this then protective of fish and fish habitat still if they're meeting that 50 kilopascals? What I guess, what is the modeling if they're saying they're going to meet the 50 kilopascals and the, sorry, is it 13? I forget what the other number is, but if they're meeting that, is that sufficient? Like, what's the rationale for the modeling, I guess? Or they need to show the model results that they're going to be able to meet that? Is that kind of what you're getting at? Okay. I'll let you speak.
DFO.
Tatiana Leclerc, DFO. In my experience for explosives, we've gotten like a nice little map that shows the blasting area and then a boundary of where the 50 kPa ends. So like example, and in that little map, you can see, okay, it's not gonna go into the water. However, if the 50 kPa boundary goes into the water, then we do need to have some mitigation measures. That would be isolating the area. It's more for monitoring than would we request monitoring. It depends on the risk. For example, for Frank Channel, we did request monitoring because it's in a very important waterway, and it would be very detrimental if these thresholds were to be exceeded. We'll have to determine if we think the same for the NICO mine. Thank you.
Board staff.
Okay, merci, Mr. Chair, merci, Tatiana. Board staff are trying to understand the connection between water use volumes authorized by the board and by DFO. If the request for review, so through DFO's process, ends up authorizing the water use volumes for Lou Lake and Marion River that Fortune applied for, and the board later determines that a lower volume is required in order to ensure that quantity and flow are not substantially altered in the Marion River and Lou Lake, would DFO need to amend the fisheries authorization, and is an amendment possible?
DFO.
Tatiana Leclerc, DFO, we would not authorize something that the board hasn't authorized. So we would not give a Fisheries Act authorization before the water license is already finalized. And if a water license is amended in the future, lowering those standards, then yes, we would amend our Fisheries Act authorization to meet your standards.
Board staff.
Catherine Harris, board staff. So I think we know the answer, but if the reverse scenario were to occur and the board were to not authorize the increase now, but chose to later, that the subsequent Fisheries Act authorization could be amended to increase the volume as well.
Tatiana Leclerc, DFO, yes, they would have to show that there wouldn't be any harmful alteration, destruction, or disruption of fish habitat with that increase, and then we would amend the water license.
Board staff.
Catherine Harris, board staff, thanks for that.
Brianna Bam, sports staff. Does DFO have any information in its ongoing request for review process related to potential impacts to fish and fish habitat that are not currently on the record?
DFO.
DFO, Tatiana Leclerc from, so first of all, the request for review does include the road crossings, so that is not part of this water license proceeding. I haven't really taken a deep look at it or reviewed it but I don't think so. I can come back to you after we're finished reviewing, though. Oh, also, some of the information, the recommendations that we submitted today, for example, the modeling for Lou Lake water withdrawal and the impacts on the shoreline habitat, that is something that we need to properly assess. And if it's not responded to as part of this water license process, we would request it still as part of our DFO review process.
Board staff.
I see, Mr. Chair, board staff have no more questions.
Mr. Chair, board staff, the board does not have any questions for DFO. I'd like to thank you again for your presentation, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
We'll now move on to Environment and Climate Change Canada's presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, board members, elders, community members, board staff, Fortune Minerals, and fellow interveners. My name is Russell Wykes, and I'm a Senior Environmental Assessment Officer with Environment and Climate Change Canada. With me today, I have our Senior Water Quality Analyst, Megan Tobin. In the interest of time, we'll skip over Environment and Climate Change Canada's mandate and jump right into our intervention issues. Our mandate statement is in our prepared presentation for those of you who are interested. Next slide, please. And next slide. Environment and Climate Change Canada had 4 outstanding issues as presented in the April 8th intervention. Next slide. Environment and Climate Change Canada comment number 1 related to the collection of additional water quality data. Environment and Climate Change Canada is supportive of the proposed collection of additional baseline water quality data to supplement the data set for the baseline summary report. Data collection should be completed as early as possible to prevent any potential mine-related influences on water bodies from site activities. Fortune has committed to the collection of additional water quality data in year -1, and ECCC considers this issue resolved. Next slide, please. ECCC comment number 2 relates to the receiving environment monitoring associated with effluent discharge. Specifically, ECCC recommended surveillance network program monitoring in Peanut Lake be initiated along with any discharge into the receiving environment, including from the sewage treatment plant. Fortune responded that the surveillance network program stations in Peanut Lake are already defined in the existing license and are anticipated to be carried over to the new license. Fortune expects these stations will be activated prior to discharge into Peanut Lake. In the existing license, surveillance networks program stations 13, 14, and 15 monitor effluent mixing in Peanut Lake, but do not activate until operations because the monitoring of mixing is not necessary until operations when effluent is discharged to Peanut Lake from the effluent treatment facilities. It is possible that there is a monitoring gap here, since the sewage effluent discharge will occur during the construction phase prior to operations. ECCC continues to recommend that Peanut Lake monitoring is also triggered by the sewage effluent discharge, including the sewage discharge during construction. Monitoring could be captured by amending Surveillance Network Program 13, 14, and 15, or adding an additional station. Fortune Minerals responded to our concerns during the question period following our presentation yesterday. Fortune Minerals committed to monitor all discharges, including the discharge from the sewage treatment plant, including those during construction. Environment and Climate Change Canada considers this issue resolved. Next slide, please. Comment number 3 relates to water quality guidelines. ECCC is supportive of the proponent conducting a final assessment of water quality objectives for the project and providing it to the board as part of the reevaluation report with rationale for selection. ECCC recommends that the final version of the Aquatic Effects Monitoring Program is updated to include the chosen water quality guidelines that will apply to the aquatic receiving environment. Fortune has committed to this assessment of guidelines, and ECCC considers this comment resolved. Next slide, please. Comment number 4 relates to management plans. The Water Management Plan and the Aquatic Effects Monitoring Program are included as part of the license renewal process, but were not all submitted for approval. Additional review and discussion is required once these plans are submitted. ECCC recommends that once the Water Management Plan and the Aquatic Effects Monitoring Plan are submitted, further evaluation of the plan's capacity to ensure environmental protection will be required. Future updates to these plans should also incorporate commitments made in response to technical comments during the water license renewal. Fortune responded that these plans will be further reviewed and approved in the future. ECCC considers the comment resolved as part of the license process and looks forward to continued development of these plans. Next slide, please. Thank you very much for inviting us to this presentation, and we look forward to working with the proponent and the interveners on future plans. Merci.
Merci, Joe, ECCC, for your presentation. I'll now open it up for questions, starting with Fortune Minerals.
Rick Schreier, Fortune Minerals. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We have no questions.
Tlicho Government, do you have any questions?
Violet Council Blondin, Mr. Chairman, we have no questions.
YKDFN, do you have any questions?
Matthew Taylor, Yellowknives Dene First Nation. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, ECCC, for your presentation. We have no questions.
NSMA, do you have any questions?
Monica Walker, North Slave Métis Alliance. Thank you so much for your presentation. We have no questions.
GNWT, ECC, do you have any questions?
Lee Ross, GNWT. Thank you for your presentation, and we have no questions at this time.
DFO, do you have any questions?
Tatiana Leclerc, DFO. Thanks for your presentation. We have no questions at this time.
We'll now ask members of the public, in person and virtual, if you have any questions for Environment and Climate Change Canada. I don't see any questions. Board staff, do you have any questions?
Cassandra DeFrancis, board staff, no questions. Thank you, Messi.
Messi Show. The board does not have questions, but I'd like to thank you for your presentation, Environment Climate Change Canada. Messi Show. We will now take a 15-minute break. And
Mason?
Messi Show.
Ryan here from the board staff, guys. Just before you go on break, we wanted to put up a slide over the break that has an undertaking related to financial responsibility. It's quite lengthy. So instead of reading it into the record when we come back, we are proposing that we will put it in the Zoom chat for everyone online, as well as put it up on a slide so people can look at it over the break, just to save us reading it into the record because it's a couple pages. So if any parties have an issue with that kind of from a procedural perspective, please let us know over the break or after the break when we come back. But we're just trying to do this to save time and so you don't have to hear us read a couple page undertaking into the record. So please let us know if you have any questions and we'll see you when you get back.
It's a 2-minute warning. We'll get started in 2 minutes. Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back to the proceeding. Just before we get started, I would just like to wish a happy Gwich'in Day to our Gwich'in friends out there. And we're moving on to the final questions of clarification. So the questions are from the board staff team, and legal counsel to any interveners or to Fortune. I'll hand it over to the board staff.
Mr. Chair, Ryan Fiquet, board staff. I just wanted to turn it back to GWT for a moment. There was an undertaking number 3 earlier in the hearing to Fortune Minerals, and I just wanted to let GWT give us an update.
GWT.
Thank you, GWT Lee Ross. So for that specific undertaking, we noted it was more of a commitment for the AMP in the future, and given that there will be a workshop, we don't find that undertakings required at this time. Thank you.
Board staff.
Must for that, Lee, and yeah, we'll strike that undertaking number 3, must see. Okay, I'll turn it over to our team. We just have a few more questions.
Rihanna Bam, sports staff. Just going back to Fortune, we're going to circle back to some of the closure and reclamation plan questions that were discussed. What is the absolute soonest that Fortune could expect operations to start post-license issuance?
Fortune.
Rich Fryer, Fortune Minerals. Let's assume we get financing at the end of the year like we proposed. I would say that operations would likely start at the beginning of 2029, given a 2-year construction period, which they always go over time anyway. So I'm going to say early 2029 to hedge my bets.
Board staff.
Rihanna Bam, sports staff. And when is the absolute latest relative to project milestones that Fortune believes they would need approved closure objectives?
Fortune.
Rick Schreier, Fortune Minerals. I'm going to have to think about that one. I really can't give you an answer right now. I don't know if you want to do as an undertaking or whatever, but I need to think about that one before I respond.
Board staff.
Rihanna Bam, sports staff. Would Fortune agree that approved closure objectives are needed for the co-disposal facility design plan?
Fortune.
Rick Schreier, Fortune Minerals. Yes, I agree. You would need closure objectives in order to design the CDF properly for closure, because once you've built it, it's too late.
Board staff.
Rihanna Bam, sports staff. Given Fortune's response, could you provide Fortune's thoughts on timing of submission of the closure reclamation plan with respect to submission of the co-disposal facility design plan and/or construction timing?
Fortune.
Rick Schreier, Fortune Minerals. What I would suggest, though, is that we submit the closure objectives first, we get them approved, and then we proceed with the design of the CDF with those closure criteria in mind.
Board staff.
Rihanna Bam, sports staff. Fortune has indicated they support a workshop for the closure and reclamation plan. What does Fortune think would be appropriate timing for conducting that workshop?
Fortune.
Rick Schreier, Fortune Minerals. Off the top of my head, I'd say a year after water license issuance.
Board staff.
Brenda Van Houwart, board staff. We heard the Tlicho government say this morning that Fortune needs to provide better evidence to show that the increased amount of water to withdraw will not substantially alter Lou Lake. When does Fortune believe certainty on this question related to water withdrawal from Lou Lake is needed?
Fortune.
Rick Schreier, Fortune Minerals. I'm going to have to talk to my hydrology people before I answer that question, because I don't know how long it's going to take them to do that work. So I'm going to have to get back to you on that one.
Board staff.
Brenda Van Houwart, board staff. Thank you. Would you accept an undertaking?
Rick Schreier, Fortune Minerals, yes.
Board staff.
Rihanna Bam, sports staff. With respect to Marion River water withdrawal for the pit closure, Fortune indicated in response to Tlicho Government Intervention 11 that it will undertake the studies requested in DFO Intervention 2 at the appropriate time, and that it proposes to maintain the activity of pit filling in the CCRP. Board staff note that pit filling from Marion is a water use and will need to be in the license for activity. Is Fortune suggesting that at this time, Marion River should not be included as a water source at this time, as additional work and engagement is needed to demonstrate that the proposed volume and rate will not substantially alter Marion River?
Fortune.
Rich Fryer, Fortune Minerals. I would suggest that we keep it as a water source for a couple of reasons. One, it's a measure from the environmental assessment that we pump water from the Marion River to the open pit to fill it. And I think we can undertake the proper studies at the time to demonstrate whether or not the withdrawal rates are appropriate. But as we've already discussed earlier, we do have some mitigation measures in mind in case, let's say, the water levels are too low and that level is unsustainable. But like I said, I would not remove it as a water source from the water license at this time.
Board staff.
Merci, Mr. Chair, Cassandra Francis, board staff. There were comments from parties, interventions related to management plans that are required in the current license or that Fortune has committed to submit to the board for approval. Based on parties' interventions, commitments that Fortune has made through the proceeding, and requirements from the EA measures, can Fortune propose schedule conditions, so the conditions that are usually tied to the management plans, related to the following: for the erosion and sediment control plan, the water and wastewater management plan, the emergency response plan, and requirements related to the dust management plan.
Fortune.
Rick Schreier, Fortune Minerals. I would suggest that would be an undertaking so we can make sure that we have the right scheduling in place. Keep in mind that, a lot of this work isn't going to happen until we have financing, until we have the money in place. So it certainly won't be until, early next year, once we have the money, in order to be able to proceed with detailed editing of these plans and updating them. Thank you.
Board staff.
Merci, thanks for that, Rick. Cassandra Francis, board staff. Just to confirm, this undertaking would be for those schedule conditions, so requirements for management plans. We're not talking timing. I believe that was another undertaking where we were asking more for sequencing of management plans. But this would be for Fortune to propose updates to current schedules or new schedules based on commitments made to include particular management plans as part of this proceeding.
Fortune.
Emily Vinstead for Fortune Minerals. Cassandra, just want to confirm that we're talking about the schedules in the license and not the schedule for submission of the management plans.
Board staff.
Merci for that, Emily. Yes, it's Cassandra. The schedules that are, yes, for board requirements, not for the timing of the submission.
Fortune.
Emily Vinstad for Fortune Minerals. So yes, we would propose providing those draft schedules in an undertaking and base those off of the standard conditions as well as the commitments we've made throughout the proceeding. Thank you.
Board staff.
Board staff, Ryan here. We have a request to the GNWT, hoping the GNWT can provide an undertaking to provide legal advice regarding the feasibility of the Tlicho Government's recommendation regarding including a condition in the water license that will require the information to satisfy the board's obligation under 26(5)D of the Waters Act.
Fortune. GNBG.
GNWT, Lee Ross. Yeah, we will take that undertaking. Thank you.
Board staff.
Must-see for that GNWT.
Brenda Van Houwer, board staff. This is a question to all parties. Does the Tlicho government have an opinion on whether including the water license performance report as a license requirement would support a longer-term license? And does the Tlicho government have an opinion on the proposed 25-year license term?
Tlicho Government.
Patty Washchuk on behalf of Tlicho Government. We do not have a position yet on the length of the water license term, but we will provide one in the closing argument. I think that was it a two-part question or just that one part?
Board staff.
Brenda Van Houwer, board staff. Just that one part, thank you. Same question. So does YKDFN have an opinion on whether including the water license performance report as a license requirement would support a longer license term? And does YKDFN have an opinion on the proposed 25-year license term?
YKDFN.
Matthew Taylor for the Yellow Knives Dene First Nation. YKDFN is supportive of the inclusion of the report. However, we do not yet have a specific number for you. Merci.
Board staff.
Brenda Van Houwer, board staff. Thank you. Does NSMA have an opinion on whether including the water license report as license performance report as license requirement would support a longer license term, and have an opinion on the proposed 25-year license term?
NSMA.
Monica Walker for North Slave Métis Alliance. We would support the inclusion. I do not have an informed opinion on whether that would make a difference for the term duration. Is there a possibility to come back to that?
Board staff.
Cassandra Francis, board staff, must see for that. Monica, of course, you can respond to that in your closing arguments.
Okay, thank you.
Brenda Van Houwer, board staff. The question is now for GNWT ECC. Does GNWT have an opinion on whether including the water license performance report as a license requirement would support a longer license term? And does GNWT have an opinion on the proposed 25-year license term?
GNWT.
Rick Walburn, GNWT. At this point, there's limited information on what a water license performance report may look like, so I think it would be premature to weigh in on how that might affect the water license term or anything else in the license, but we'll consider that further when we see a draft schedule and make comments in our closing arguments. Thank you.
Board staff.
Brenda Van Houwer, board staff. Thank you. Question now is for DFO. Does DFO have an opinion on whether including the water license performance report as a license requirement would support a longer license term? And does DFO have an opinion on the proposed 25-year license term?
DFO.
Tatiana Leclerc with DFO. We will echo GNWT's answer. I don't think we have enough information just yet, but we'll keep that in mind for our closing arguments. Thank you.
Board staff.
Brenda Van Houwer, board staff. Thank you for that. Does ECCC have an opinion on whether including the water license performance report as a license requirement would support a longer license term? And does ECCC have an opinion on the proposed 25-year license term?
Russell Wykes. Russell Wykes, Environment and Climate Change Canada. We do not have a position on the license term, and we would defer to the board in terms of the plan.
Board staff.
Must see, Mr. Chair, Senator Francis, board staff. No more questions.
Must show board staff. We'll move on to closing remarks, starting with Tlicho Government. Or, sorry. We're going for today. We'll go in reverse, actually, reverse order. So we'll start with ECCC for your closing remarks.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Russell Wykes, Environment and Climate Change Canada. On behalf of Environment and Climate Change Canada, we would like to thank the Wheezy Land and Water Board members, elders who provided their stories, community members who came out to support the process, Fortune Minerals, staff, board staff, and fellow interveners. We would like to thank the excellent translation team and the multimedia work by Pedo Productions. Thank you again to everybody who participated in these proceedings, and we look forward to the next steps and future collaborations.
Vice Chair. DFO, your closing remarks.
Tatiana Leclerc, DFO. Thank you, Mr. Chair. On behalf of DFO, I would like to thank the board and the board staff for guiding this hearing and for giving all parties and community members the chance to share their views. I also want to thank the interpreters for their patience and careful work in translating our statements, the cooks for preparing meals for everyone, and the sound technician for making sure we could all communicate clearly through the hearing. Finally, I would like to thank all interveners, community representatives, members of the public, and Fortune Minerals for sharing their views and knowledge during these meetings. DFO has taken part in every stage of the board's water license renewal process for the NICO mine project. During our review, we identified some gaps and provided recommendations to address possible impacts on fish and fish habitat from water withdrawal and the use of explosives. DFO will continue reviewing Fortune's request for review for the all-season road crossings, the intake and diffuser structures, and the proposed Lou Lake water withdrawals. We will keep working closely with Fortune and other partners to identify and address any concerns related to fish and fish habitat, including those linked to the Marion River water withdrawal at closure. Thank you.
Vice Chair. GNWT ECC, your closing remarks.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Rick Waldron, GNWT. Firstly, just like to once again thank the community of Whatì for hosting us. We really enjoyed the community dinner last night, and thanks to the staff and caterers for all the snacks and things to keep us going. And just want to thank all the interveners for their presentations and great discussion. And thanks to board and board staff, Pedo translators for all their efforts to organize and facilitate. The GNWT would like to reiterate that we have heard and listened to the parties that spoke over the last few days, including the invaluable comments from the elders. While some conceptual items still need to be addressed, as and when Fortune moves ahead with this project, the GNWT will consider all that we have heard here in our review when commenting on those future designs and plans. As for this renewal and for the next phase of the project, we appreciate the communication and efforts made by Fortune and their team to resolve issues. GNWT will provide additional comments during the draft water license review, as well as our closing arguments, and continue to work with Fortune and the other parties. And we'll also attempt to provide further clarification as part of our undertaking responses. Merci to everyone, and we'd just like to wish everyone safe travels to everyone returning home. Merci.
Vice Chair. NSMA, your closing remarks.
Monica Walker, North Slave Métis Alliance. Members of the board, on behalf of the North Slave Métis Alliance, I'd like to begin by thanking the Wheezy Land and Water Board, all interveners and the proponent for their time, participation, and contributions throughout the hearing. These discussions are vitally important, and NSMA appreciates the opportunity to be a part of the process. NSMA's position is focused on ensuring that the regulatory process is complete, transparent, and aligned with the requirement for meaningful consultation. There are opportunities to strengthen the engagement plan, particularly ensuring that clearly reflects outstanding concerns and provides a structured path for how those concerns will be addressed for the life of the project. NSMA remains committed to working constructively with the proponent and all parties to support a strong and effective process. We believe that these improvements, the board will be in a better place to make a fully informed decision. Thank you again to the board and all the participants for your time and consideration.
Let's see, show. YKDFN, your closing remark.
Matthew Taylor for the Yellowknives Dene First Nation. On behalf of the Yellowknives Dene First Nation, we thank everyone for taking the time to speak on this important issue. And we also would like to thank the Wikiji Land and Water Board for the opportunity to do so. A special thank you to the community of Whatì for their hospitality and to those who helped make this meeting run smoothly. Something that was said by several people during this hearing was the importance of working together. Although each party has its own concerns and comments, it is clear that each party aims to ensure that mine development and operations, should this project proceed, take place in a safe, healthy way. We are all working together towards that same goal. This hearing has brought us all together, and we feel that it was very productive. We look forward to developing our relationships with you all as this process proceeds. Tlicho.
Tlicho Government, your closing remarks.
Pilot Council London, Tlicho Government, we have an elder, Joe Rabiska, who is going to make a closing comment on behalf of Tlicho Government.
Joe Rabiska says, Tlicho Government, Tronda chef has mas chef on je do pese je has ronda de garde de la tje ya hita ponde so de je so je di so a tje di je for tomorrow and then go get de has on tje ponde in de shi hakat de le da di hode ta go chese le no ta to kutu le ji ye chese han de ha asgo tje di so wo go tje de hode har kudije hagon tele da li PHP dive had the whole water on the Hakota, you have water question for wound. Ata Danugate, Danugato, Hagato, Kosa, Titilla, Yanda, go to Sugazaizahu. Dear, hasn't touched us a day, yet do it to worship. Had the touch of a day, I did that a letter was at the last I needed. I did you. 자, 마스 야시 시야도 포데 디스는데 옛다사 왔다 해친 왔다 칠다 고데서 에사 라고 라운데 저저 디디 에피아서 ля사리 레운데 하르코 세조데 에키안체 피헬리 저 화티게 저 피시 도 서라 게데데 하즈조 마스기 세디디 데 호셔 마스기 시야도 포데 고치하게 되는 게 타게 줬다도 에지고자 전자서다 저쪽어서데 리지가게 디 카페 게래고서도 아예 하서 저게 그서도 하자다 그 저쪽에서 이게 계속 이게 이게 끊고 다 이어다 하서 마스기 저 디아도 에서 타 치지제 안게 하세신데 가테디 야치데 이게다 가데디 야타 치와고 호딜라티 다 치게 되데 다 레시기 고하들레 다 치지 교와로라 소리 에디게 저 데인다 아르워게 저 데, 다 하서 다 치고 해야겠지. what 도레지 세 고다 하 하디야 라서 다운다. 그 디아시 원고트 데지 다고 데아샤 고 데아니데. 나도 다 화고데. 오케지 다고 데아초 게트즈리 치다 데아초 게트즈리 제오케다고 티아초 게트즈리 하르코 디아초 티데 konda 다고 에어인다 아이야 세코 레라니니데 세코 그거 데가 세서 디아 와라서다 하디야 아시디 konda 하즈로 다 포츠메로스다 거기게 피운데 마시게고 다이데세 디다 한다 저거 데가 저거 디데 저서 스텝하게 tin지 아주 저저 디가 야치다 하디 라체 디데 ye do de do ke ta kha de ke ye ta che gi bi ji de do ta ko ji ke ku ye wo me de na ke za ko da ta de ayi da nge di ta ko ke che de ji ho ke ke za ke wo ta li sa ja she sha ha zo ta ke da ji do board staff chairman ta si lo na che ke da na ga ta e ke da a 이크디하지 all day 하지 이제 lot of 소리 좋은데 하고 他早这地的那好体谅的，对，还是说他咋丢啊？以前拉的是嘛些想的慌的，也是都啊拉的，也是好我这个电视还个在的，都什么些慌的，说苦苦啊对的，你写着，都那些拉的，有关那个拉为，谁拉的这在必须。说苦这了哈的，都他真对了的，那啥做这不好的，那啥个你给我那做通，其实那做通，其他地方那做通，人家说苦的话那做地些，啊大家做地的，说我啊这啥的，啊你需要的，你为这的，还是什么想那个，我给的是这个给的，这地方还给地了的，说苦啊这地方这还给地的，啊大个小家庭是，地这给拉的。还可他给他提给拿我也最痛的，那啥个那个我是，咱俩那做大是不是？那啥个电视还真我的，还是在乎他做真的的，那是我那真的的，没事的没事，这个先慌的，现在我这真的，人家多的我这就是的是啊，大家这丢呢，还的哈，光他还个给痛，还的个是个给丢的，一票他给。Closing remark that you have children have here sample. Once again, I want to thank every one of you for coming, taking the time to better understand what's in front of us and what to do with it. What would be the best way to deal with it? It's by helping each other, sharing information. The elders that I work with are always saying, yes, when we get meeting, we argue, little bit. But towards the end of the day, we're all going to get together and pass a motion if it needs to be. That's what our elders always said to us. Sometimes we argue in the morning, going like this, not understanding each other, not to support each other. But at the end of the day, the elders said, we're going to get together. We came out here to do something, and we're going to do it. And it always happens. So no different here. Next time around, we'll be better. We might have a smile, look at each other as a friend. So let's keep that spirit alive, work under that atmosphere, and things will work. With that note, I want to thank everybody. Thank you very much.
Mr. Cho, Tlicho Government. And I'll turn over to Fortune Minerals for their closing remarks.
Rick Schreier, Fortune Minerals. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Fortune has engaged and consulted with the affected communities and its people over pre-application. We have listened to the concerns and have learned from the past mistakes of others. Fortune has acted in good faith and will continue to do so through this project. The NICO project is a critical minerals project and is an important new industry for the North. We have the chance here to participate in the development of a green economy with the metals that we want to produce, the bismuth, the cobalt, and the copper. And you know, it's the government of Canada is investing billions of dollars right now to develop a critical minerals industry in Canada, and we can be a part of it in the North. So I think that's really important to keep in mind, that we are going to be part of a greater whole in terms of moving towards a green economy and producing a critical minerals project that the world needs. Fortune Minerals is a junior mining company with, as I mentioned, an exciting opportunity to pursue a mining project with collaboration and participation with the communities around it. The Waters Act 26.5D financial responsibility section should not be considered a barrier to junior mining companies from pursuing opportunities in the Northwest Territories. Rather, conditions in the approved water license can allow Fortune to move forward to financing satisfying the board and the minister. As the board reasoned in its 2014 decision on Fortune's initial water license application, such conditions will protect water resources and the environment while also ensuring satisfactory closure and reclamation of the project, thereby satisfying the financial responsibility requirements under the Waters Act. We are very confident that we can get our feasibilities done by the end of July. As mentioned, there is a list of unique partnership opportunities as well as financial bank financing and capital and equity and debt financing. We love the translators will love that one. Available once the license is approved and the feasibility study is complete. After the feasibility study is done, closure security will cover liability and address financial responsibility. The mine license term of 25 years provides certainty to Fortune and its investors. The investors' interests and concerns can be protected with checks and balances in the water license and with robust amendment process available under the Waters Act. Upon issuance of the water license, management plans, the culture camp, additional baseline studies will require engagement with all parties. Fortune Minerals looks forward to more engagement with parties prior to construction and throughout the life of the project. Fortune will provide regular updates on its progress and is always open to communication on questions and feedback. Fortune Minerals understands that further work on the water quality objectives and effluent quality criteria is needed, as well as identifying where the objectives must be met in Peanut Lake. Fortune will be working as part of its ECCC reevaluation report. Letting the translator catch up here. She's still talking. Okay. Fortune has heard the Tlicho government's suggestions to incorporate cultural use criteria into operations, closure, and post-closure phases of the mine. Fortune looks forward to further engagement on this topic, and are proposing to work with Tlicho government to incorporate cultural use criteria into the aquatic effects monitoring plan, resource framework for operations, and into closure and reclamation plan for closure and post-closure. However, we feel it would be inappropriate to close down the mine based on cultural use criteria solely unless supported by proper effluent quality data. The Hislop Lake Cultural Camp can be used as a source of information for cultural use criteria, and canoe trips can be made from the camp down the Marion River downstream of the mine to collect information. I want to be on that canoe trip. I really do. I want to be on that canoe trip that goes from Marion Lake or Hislop Lake down the Marion River. That'd be cool. I want to do that. Fortune shares the values expressed by the elders about making sure the environment is protected and agrees with Joe's statements that we need to protect the environment while creating jobs for young people, and that people should feel confident that they can continue to travel on the land and harvest as they have already done for many, many years. In closing, Mr. Chairman, Fortune Minerals would like to thank the elders, the board staff, all of the interveners, the caterers, PETO, especially the community of Whatì for providing such a great venue and providing us with their hospitality. It's been a great experience to be here, and I hope to see you all again in the near future as we move this project forward. Masicho.
Masicho, Fortune Minerals. We will now be doing a review of undertakings and work plan, and I'll turn that over to board staff.
Merci, Mr. Chair, Ryan Fiquet, board staff. So thank you for all parties' participation in helping us refine the undertakings. There are 19 undertakings that we have recorded, and because we have time in the schedule, we will be able to circulate those as a draft first thing in the morning tomorrow to all parties with a deadline mid-afternoon, and we will be able to get it out by the scheduled timeline for end of day tomorrow. So people will get to offer any comments and just to make sure everything is correct and we got everything right. So you will see those tomorrow morning, and if you have an opportunity, but I know a lot of parties have already helped us make sure that those undertakings are as precise as possible. A reminder for everyone that the undertakings are due on Thursday, April 30th, to anybody who is issued an undertaking. The draft license will be distributed for review on Monday, May 11th. The deadline for comments on the draft water license will be Thursday, May 21st, 10 days later. Fortune's comments on the draft license are due on May 28th. And the deadline for closing arguments for all parties and interveners is Thursday, June 4th. And the deadline for Fortune's closing arguments is June 10th. The board anticipates being able to meet and make its decision and recommendations to the minister sometime in July of this year. And we also recognize that there is a concurrent 60-day renewal application forthcoming from Fortune Minerals to ensure there is an extra 60 days for the minister to render their decision. We did not receive any questions from any of the parties with respect to the long undertaking to Fortune regarding financial responsibility, and Fortune was given that yesterday to take a peek as well, so that will be included in the undertaking. And that's it from us, Mr. Chair. Merci.
Mr. Joe, board staff. Some members of the board would like to make some closing comments. I'll start off with Mike Tlicho first.
Thank you, Mr. Joe, Chair. My name is Mike Tlicho. I'm with YKDFN Land and Water Board. I'm from Whatì. I really appreciate all the sharing that you pass on to the board, and we kind of like I said, we all need each other to make a good decisions. I really wanted to thanks particularly the elders, and not forgetting the youth, the young people, particularly Carl Yafamantla, sitting there, and he helped me to continue on doing what I'm doing here. He wants to learn a lot about me, and when he wants to learn a lot about what I do, he also wants to learn everything about people that's sitting around the chair here. So I wanted to really thank him for being with us for this couple of days. And I also wanted to thank you for unexpected birthday cake, Mercy Cho, and I really appreciate that. I never really thought I'd get to this age and be among you, but I'm really grateful for having every one of you. In every journey that I make, no matter what, I go up and down, I think about you, and I would smile and say, these people really do care about what I do. So that's what kept me going. So there's always, I work with so many of you. Like, I know Joe Babusca was here with me on being the board, Joseph, and particularly Violet, and a lot of staff like that work with you right across from you, like Jessica, Tlicho, and also Patty. I really enjoyed. We continue working here. We haven't left. So I really you give me the highlight every time I see you coming back and to do what you're doing. And I know that you're not doing it for yourself, but also for caring for all the people here. And again, Masicho for being in Whatì, and I hope you enjoy the movement here with us. Thank you so much. Masicho.
Message on Mike. Jocelyn Zoe.
Jocelyn Zoe, YKDFN Land and Water Board member. I'd like to sincerely thank the proponent, Fortune Minerals, and all the interveners for being here and for taking the time to participate in the NICO mine public hearing. A big thank you to our board staff who help us navigate us and provide us all the information in plain language and answer all our questions so we can better understand the topic in front of us to make a decision on. We've heard not just technical information, but real life experiences, concerns, and perspective. Each story you shared and each piece of evidence you brought forward has truly made a difference. It helps us at the board better understand what this project means, not only on paper, but for the people, communities, and the environment connected to it. These contributions are not taken lightly. They are an important part of how we approach our decision, especially as we consider the water license. Your voices help shape a more complete and thoughtful understanding of the path forward. Thank you again for your time, your effort, and your willingness to be a part of this process. It matters and it helps guide us in making the best decision we can. Drive safe to your home communities, and we look forward to all the undertakings and closing arguments to help us make a decision. Masi.
Message Joe Jocelyn. Rachel.
Masicho. Junits India Gutso, Dunethlon, Giyati, Jikone. Duneasi, Nezi, good Uleninde, good Tlicho and the Hata Dizia, Adene, Haniho, Hanyani Lene, Yati, go, Yeti, go, good I can do and Nisi, Taiti, La Netra, and in a massy give home. Hani hishi, etani Tlicho latin dali, Sidi, Yeta work on, Sagar, Yatinesi, let's us in the Hani, I for willets, you want in the Huago to Tlicho latin dani, the Tlicho one nitty dane. Hani hishi, Chekwashi, Songo, go here, Alaginda. Haget hada go here, get yangi one in there. Intani de, the honey sets a dini de guni gave quinny de cookie on take on Neziane, the din gun good lachon, dashing gay gane, na heats again deha. Gi on dashes again deha. A kin go here, Nizu wille. Honey, he she. Hot losses aje, some boat go to go aja. A cheese at the fulle, Huago, NICO, Nezins aje, Nezins like good in there. I go at I hunt in there. He she, cook endi, a hoodie, conchia, connes in there. Yaki, one and it's eat this one, I lots of there. Somebody gets on that thoughts on not planning there. I you want that lahu in this you get so lani who neatly yaki actually. Don't yaki neatly get the get nisi who got extra, who got extra, nisi which when we need to eat dinner there, nisi there. Okay, honey, see no form Masicho, Chungu Sunate, Nahihits and Nahitsons in Dihata Junse Guion Masicho.
Regan?
Must see. I would like to thank everyone for coming to our beautiful community here in Whatì and for all your presentations, the elders, the interpreters, and the cooks, and have everybody having a safe travel back home. Masicho.
Masicho Regan. I will now have the closing remarks from the chair. Thank you to everyone for participating in this public hearing. Working collaboratively with all parties and hearing directly from the northern community is very important to the Wikiji Land and Water Board. Thank you again to our Tlicho interpreters, James Reska, Peter Husky, Marianne Giamaica, and Eva Beaverho. Thank you to the many elders who have traveled to attend this hearing in person. Thank you to T-Script and Pito for their technical assistance with the hearing. Thank you to the Culture Center staff and all the helpers. Thank you to Alice Romy, Georgia Siwe, Chiswilla Romy, Sandesa Smith-Zoe, Tanya Romy, Joey Bishop. Your work is very much appreciated, and we thank you. We look forward to continuing to work together with all parties. We will finish with a closing prayer by Joseph Judas, and afterwards, the board would like to go around the room, as is our tradition, and shake the hands of everybody here, and thank you for your attendance. And we extend a virtual handshake to those on Zoom. I would like to invite Joseph to do a closing prayer for us.
Chairman, must see that Yatisa on don't get yesterday on Tani on the Kondani Gugage, Kuna Jaga. Lot like a dark with Dylan late in Jaga, Hanikotat. Lot like a Gugage, must see dinner kitchen, got to do it. It's don't God day again, you're consumed, they don't Whatì day, and it's Whatì. I could drink a queen and get a home, good to do. There you go out, I think, once you go to the other thing on it, on what's in it, it's a don't some work any good eye who are teeny clearness, anti Yagi. It's not the mark on the thousand. And I must see that you know, I'm would have had it at heart here and it's on would have had on. What I got a dear need, don't go get sunny, what go go lower, what I want to say, what I want to go to deal. And quite I see the corn the dear Kuntiet as a Tanayat in here, corn the my good dear, dear as a congo day. So kind of they're going to put down the don't get a coggy and a get the Hanico. A fortune it's on, I'm a winter who thinks 인다는데 그 대학에도 라니고 아니 하고 좀 가서는데 다 카이나 타니도 저 쿠이던 타니도 이게 나 케이스 고든 샤온데 다 그게 군데냐 근데 딩기가 어떻게 좀 기가 그냥 아시오디 와시 기가시 이혼데 이전다니 와라호다 어떻게 나오다 나이츠 알아서 다들 인데 다도 이게 이 세계 뭐라도 다드네냐 you will need to set a continent down there. The car get daddy, and there's a car that didn't go to home get there, they didn't go to home, they didn't let the egg, do go get digging down there. It's not your house in the point of what they and don't now who got it, and now what got it. What done you home there? Now won't this do I get in alone? Go here now, what get it on, now get us on now what it's at home. Han in there on Tahaningi Halatin down the Haget Digut and go get daily. Now, what get in Lenin there, now get us now, who did little, now what get in Zunda home, now get us now.
zuni tungo teniwa ya tia hani ko sinse ke ho dilani ho ya tionde hani to unke de kwat labda ke vita di hani kota donc deke ka onde ton da ni he na wo wala ho da ho di ton da ni sa da wala ha da ne zia inde dun goda ke ko te gi ngata tionde na khyo la ta ta ka te be chin da ka te ni ge tin gi ngata ni ke gi ngata ni kwe gi ngata tionde e yi la ni go hin ya de tionde han ko zon ya ti ga ya hin wo ko tonde e zon wo ki ka de yan le ton da son ge ko la e zon di ta dun ga a dun ko la e zon ji e tun ge tin ke si a la tun ge han te be che tun ge han te ko hin go ne to xian ni de e zon ga ka de son ge ko la da ba se ko wo ke tie xian ni ga mi tie xian e dun de ta dun go na wu ge no na wu ge la ge da yi na wu ge di je ge go te de de ne zin sa xia si wala ta da le nin de gu te dio ne ta ne zin sa xia si wala ta da ha tin wu ga hon se gwa da te ti ya tian de ta sa ta le ne ha te dia de dio ta di je ge si e te te tia de ti go ti on ta go ga na wo sun ya ge no go ga ne go ge de ge no te di ge go go la on ge ko la ge na on se te ti go ka de ge lin ta ma ke de ge le kwa tia ge lin de ta kita kun kete kese ke goto du sone hone jatin learning de dingia ne ja itne jatin learning de sion te du na honde se ko honde gin na honde e ton ya di tuma ke na hai ti ang gode e yo la uda ne honde on ke de gote di je ge du lai de honde e ton ke de ge got su hi du lai de honde e ton ke de ge tu kwa du lai de honde se tat e tu tat e la ge de honde tu sa wo de son在回来人拉基的那样，听他的那个下工的，东那个这个下工的，东国也好了，你想我听下个说你，还个地了你能想听我那在听的那个在底下我好地嘞，那块是这个真的要真听的，因现那我在也在听是那混的到底下个在嘞，以前这个么这个真的也在听是那混心到底，地这你要听的，那想听我的人家也在了。asi hata la wo dile no sia ti wut ko zo asi ne jin wala da wut as ko ta di zun ta ne jin go ne ge go he ha gya e yi wa hon de ga na da te ha ge di hon go ti hon da go ge den le e di je ge ta hon na go ta da ti na le so da ti na le ta ne jin wala da ha ta ti e zun da ne se ke ne jin wala tin da le go wa e yi ga da ti hon e zun zon se ke go ta da zun ti de ta ne jin se ke go ta du onde eso não tem deninde nezi na wo go ti ito nezi wala da se ke wo ne ya tin ti de nezi na he ka de ya ti ne hit ko zo honde ko hin hit ya ko honde ko ne ke da ni go ko ga ti mo ga de un go te de ka te di on na hin hit da ni wala da de nezi da fon wo un go ga te e na hin ka di esa ta te di da wala ta da ni de na ho ti le ko ti on da la ha gi di onde 아시데 지 쾌데 지 되고 지 오는 거 그건 살때 하야 안을래 그래서 저때 디순도 하자 아 하게 되고게 이일라니 오늘 아존 디순이 호서 저때 디니데 나오 틸라시 와라 호다 진짜 콘다만 다고 히드가 게꽤 온다 hingo 가게 꽤 다드니 와혼데 디나 케드네세 이거다 두혼데 따는 그 디긴 콘 다때 니 총라니 때꽤 손이 하니 코다 나 혼때도 니 sagata ke ne sagata ke masi amida sunga bo awte tamida sunga ka de yali da ga ke ogya agili hunde ta ton go khana ji de ton asi da ga ki lole si gali tin sa satho za ke ta ke hunde no sago sa wud de ke ta ke hunde hi ton di hunde ta gun ni da go je da inde na tin de no ko hunde sa na te di ni de si gali ya tha ha thi na ya thian ye thi tha ya thu dan so cho be ta thi hunde Sataya ke wana dai kulana zi de gai de tininde ni kai wana tena ya ke ne sei koi ke dine ke sine sei kuinda Nai fun mayo tielon tina wana tona zewe oazun di se kodado na tena di ze zina tona wali lantinda Hôm nay ta tự tin để ta về chư đại nơi giang trường. Ta về chư đại nơi giang trường về ta hiếu đến để mà sĩ châu.